Ms. Trethewey, you may call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The defense will call Renee Driver to the stand. Oh, I need help.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear the information testimony you're about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Can you tell the jury who you are?
Renee Driver,
Okay, and where do you currently live? City and state is fine.
Florida.
Okay, and what do you do for a living?
I'm a server.
Okay, all right, and how do you know Chloe?
She's my daughter.
Okay, how many children do you have?
3.
Okay, is she the oldest, youngest? Where does she fall in line?
Youngest.
Okay. I know that it's very hard for you to be here today, and if you need a break or a moment, just let me know, okay? All right. Tell us about Chloe as a child.
She was a beautiful little girl. She was a spitfire.
Okay. And what do you mean by spitfire?
She was very, she knew everything. She was smarter than everybody and in her family.
Okay. And that was primarily when she was a teenager?
Yes, she did gymnastics when she was a little girl, and she had friends, and she played baseball in junior high school, I believe, or softball. But as she got older, she just knew everything.
Okay. Were you close with your daughter while she was growing up?
I thought I was.
Okay. Have you learned a lot of information since this case started that
Yes.
made you reevaluate that position?
Yes.
Okay. When she was a teenager, I know you said she was headstrong.
Very.
Your family moved around a lot, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that kind of created a little bit of a level of upheaval with Chloe in terms of relationships with people and friends?
I didn't think it was.
Okay. When she was a teenager, did you notice any signs or concerns about her mood or possible mental illness when she was a child?
There were a lot of different things. She was very headstrong, and I just thought she was going to be a strong little girl. And then as she got older, she put me through some stuff.
Okay.
There were times where she put me through hell.
Okay. And a lot of that was kind of based on teenagers who know better than their
Yes.
parents.
Yes.
Wasn't her out committing crimes or anything like
Oh,
that?
no,
It
no,
was-
no, no, no.
definitely thought she was all-knowing or anything like that. Were you aware when she was a child of whether or not she had attempted to commit suicide?
When she was a child?
Well, as a teenager.
No.
Okay. Did you subsequently learn about some behavioral issues related to that after this case started? With cutting or anything like that?
She was cutting her wrist, but I never knew it because she always wore those plastic bracelets and it covered it. And I never had any idea that she was going through that.
Okay. She never communicated any of that to you
Never.
at all? Okay. When she ultimately left your house, that was when she was 17 years old?
I believe so.
Okay. And tell me what your thought process was about why you let her go.
Because I couldn't handle the way she was going about it. My middle and my younger siblings, I think, learned from their older one. My oldest son badgered me, and he would do it all day, every day until he got what he wanted. And my husband always worked out of state. I was Monday through Friday only parent, working and having 3 children. And when there's just a time where I gave in to him. Well, then it started becoming a habit. And I think Chloe got some of those habits maybe from him, watching him get what he wanted as she was growing up. She was never a materialistic kid, but when she wanted to leave and she just asked and asked, and it wasn't just asking, it was arguing, it was fighting, it was, I just finally I gave in. On top of that, my husband ended up with a quadruple bypass. He was out of work for a couple of years. So, I mean, I had my own issues to deal with. On top of that, I had children to deal with that were very headstrong.
Okay. And when she left your house, how would you describe the level of communication you had with Chloe? Was it here and there? Was it constant?
It was here and there when she left.
When she left? Okay. And was that usually via text or phone, or do you recall?
Probably both.
Okay. When did you first find out that she was involved with Mr. Ben Michael?
18, maybe.
2018, or when she was?
No, that would be 2018 also, yes.
Okay. And how did you find out about that?
She came home and I found out she was pregnant, I believe.
Okay. And was that the first time you found out about the age difference between the two of them?
Yes, I had no idea. I didn't know about him. I didn't know about his age. I knew nothing.
You knew nothing. She hadn't told you about any of that?
Not
Okay.
one thing.
And what was your reaction to finding out his age?
I said I never wanted to meet him. I never wanted him around the house. She was welcome to stay and with her baby, but I wanted nothing to do with him.
Okay. And then ultimately, she had the baby, but continued to stay with him, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you have any concerns about their relationship prior to the birth of Hannah?
Well, it was all just a big shock. I did what I could to try to get her to stay with me, but it didn't work.
Okay. And so then ultimately Hannah was born. When was the first time you got to meet Hannah?
January of 2019.
Okay. And in what kind of situation was that? Did they bring her to you?
Yes.
Or? Okay. And when you observed Chloe with Hannah, what did you observe about her care and demeanor with her daughter?
She was a very good mother and she loved her daughter.
Okay. Never saw any concerns of...
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at that time.
As far as from what you could see, did you feel that she was the primary caregiver of that child?
Yes.
Okay. And then after the birth of Hannah, how would you describe the level of contact you had with Chloe at that time? Was it,
It was minimal,
okay, did you initiate contact with her, trying to?
a lot.
Okay. And what was the response to that contact?
Honestly, I don't remember. It wasn't as much as I would have liked.
Okay. And then Hannah was born in October of 2019, and then you met her in January.
Oh, so I met her in 2020. I'm sorry, January of 2020.
January 2020.
Yes.
Okay, so the first time you met her was January 2020, and that was at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And then when do you recall the next time you saw her?
April of 2020.
Of 2020. And each one of these times that Chloe would bring her to you, you didn't observe anything concerning about the care of Hannah?
No.
Did you ever observe any signs of mental illness or anything at that point with your daughter?
No, other than me just not being able to understand how she would have gotten involved with somebody that was so much older than her.
Okay. You struggled with that?
Yes.
Okay. When was the first time you really found out anything about the true nature of their relationship?
I don't believe I met him in January of 2020, or I don't believe he was there. Probably July of 2020.
Okay. And can you share what those concerns were?
So I got to see how much weight Chloe had lost. I could see her in July. She was at my house for a couple weeks. Just everything, a lot of had just changed. She was mumbling. She was, nothing really changed with Hannah, just her. She was just falling apart. I mean, she literally was just falling apart. But at the same time, at that time, I wasn't so much paying attention to her because I had Hannah too, and I was just so excited every time I got to see Hannah.
Was that the time that involved going to the river with them?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe so, yes.
And then when was the next time that you saw Hannah? Do you recall?
After the incident in November.
Okay. All right, so let's jump forward to Thanksgiving of 2020, okay? Well, before I do that, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna show you what's marked as defense 18. And you recognize that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about what age Chloe was at that particular, well, I'll move to admit defense 18. No objection.
It's admitted.
Judge, would you please turn on the overhead so I can publish? Thank you.
Okay. Are you doing the document camera or are you doing?
Okay, it should be on the computer if you just give me 1 second. Yeah. I'll skip that one for right now.
Okay, sorry that it's not letting me do what needs to be done.
Thank you. All right, so let's jump forward to Thanksgiving of 2020, okay?
Okay.
And where were you at that time? Where were you living?
Knoxville.
Okay. And you lived with your husband in Knoxville at that time?
I did.
Okay. And tell us what happened on November 26th of 2020.
Was that Thanksgiving Day?
Yes, ma'am.
I received some alarming texts from Chloe, which I woke my husband up and I said that we need to go to Asheville.
Okay. And based on those texts, what did you and your husband immediately do?
Got dressed and went to Asheville.
Okay. And about how far away is that for you guys?
Maybe 2 hours. I don't remember.
Okay. What do you remember about what time of day you arrived there?
I believe we left around 11, so I'm going to say around 1:30.
Okay. But you were concerned enough by the information you had received from Chloe at that time that you immediately dropped
Yes.
what you were doing and got in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened when you arrived in Asheville?
Chloe was there. She was distraught. She was crying. She was very upset because Brian had taken off with Hannah.
Okay. So when you got there, Hannah was not there.
Hannah was not there.
Did you know where Hannah was at that point in time?
No idea.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I believe we called the police.
Okay. And then after calling the police, what did you all decide to do?
After everything was all settled and done with, we ended up leaving Asheville without Hannah, and we brought Chloe
Back to your house in
back.
Knoxville?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got back to Knoxville, is that the first time you kind of became aware of everything that had been going on?
Yes.
Okay. Is the first time you learned that?
It started trickling in.
Okay. First time you learned anything about Hannah not having a birth certificate or pediatric care?
That is correct.
Okay. And what steps did you take from there?
On Friday after Thanksgiving, I went straight to Knoxville Police Department to see if there was anything we could do. There was absolutely nothing we could do, since it didn't happen in where I lived.
Mm-hmm.
Then I started looking on the internet and making phone calls about getting Hannah a birth certificate. I talked to Brian's mother. She gave me a phone number. On Saturday, I called the phone number that she gave me that was for the FBI. I called Memorial Hospital that was in Miami, Florida. And I just wanted to get some kind of ball rolling on getting her a birth certificate. And I will tell you, I did have to lie about that to Chloe because she was adamant of not, she did not want Hannah to have a birth certificate because Brian was ordering her not to, and to make sure that I didn't get involved in getting a birth certificate.
Okay, so you were...
But we were doing it behind her back.
Okay, but you were trying to, at the same time, you were also trying to kind of fix those things that the Asheville Police Department and Knoxville Police Department had all told you.
I was assuming that there could have been an Amber Alert out for her. That's all I wanted was Hannah back. But evidently I was wrong, and they weren't able to do anything like that.
Okay, and at that point it's because there had been no birth certificate or determination of parentage?
Yes, and also because Hannah was Brian's daughter, all they had to do was a blood test, which means they didn't find her in danger,
Okay.
so they couldn't move on.
All right, so at that particular point in time, you learned more about the relationship in those 48, 72 hours than you had the entire 2.5
Absolutely.
years beforehand.
Absolutely.
When you picked up your daughter in Asheville, do you recall seeing any physical marks on her that you were concerned about?
At that time, I believe she had a black eye, and I also believe the police took pictures of her back because she had been dragged or thrown on the ground, and there were marks on her back.
Okay. So when you went to pick her up that day, you recall her having that black eye?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling us what she said, did you ask her about that black eye? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so in response to all of these things that you were learning in this short period of time, were you trying to help Chloe and Hannah formulate a plan?
Absolutely.
Okay. And that was reflected in the steps you took to try to get the birth certificate or other things?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did you get any indication at that point in time? Well, I'll move on. So during that period of time, Chloe, did you have any contact with Mr. Ben Michael when Hannah was gone?
Yes.
Okay. And did he say some pretty concerning things to you at that time without saying what he said? Were there things that were said that concerned you?
On Thanksgiving evening, yes.
Okay. And that just again contributed to you trying to figure out what to do next, correct?
Yes, I exploded.
All right. And you had never really ever had to deal with anything like this beforehand, correct?
No.
Okay. Was Hannah your only grandchild?
Yes.
Okay. And then ultimately, Chloe had been communicating with Mr. Ben Michael, correct? To try to get back to Hannah?
Yes.
Okay. And was she, during that time that she was separated, what was her demeanor?
Just lost, confused.
Okay.
I don't.
Well, she wasn't.
She was hopeless.
She was hopeless?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you recall, Chloe, well, let me rephrase that. You took a video of Chloe on November 27th. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. What number?
I think I need
December
to
7th.
shut this down and restart it
Okay.
to try to get that to work. So
Thank you.
I'm just gonna.
Sure.
All right, here we go. Hopefully. All right, you can proceed. I'm sorry, everything. I pushed everything I know to push. So you're trying to publish a document, or you're still interested?
Published in the video.
Okay.
I'm ass-
It says lectern input. It says live to displays.
Is the HDMI cord plugged in?
Looks like it is.
Back.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
There we go. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense 7. Okay? I'm just going to have you watch this video, okay?
My name is Chloe Driver. It's 11/27/2020. I'm being forced to get into a truck with Benjamin Mikhail or Brian Joyce to see my daughter again because he has kept her away from me. I do not know where she is, and he won't tell me anything. He's kept her with people that I don't really know well, and I don't know what's going on with her, and I'm being forced to get in the car and go with him to be able to see her. And I don't even know if I'm actually going straight to her, but I'm doing whatever I think I can to get to her. Her name is Hannah Nicole Driver.
All right. And you're the one that took that video, correct? All right, tell us why you took that video.
So. Because I was going to send it to the police officer in North Carolina
Were you
to see if he could help. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how to go about getting help, even though I lived where I lived, and she was taken from Asheville, so I was going to take that video and send it to the officer in Asheville that helped us, because he was a very nice person, and he said he would help us in any way he could. So
Were you concerned about the safety of your daughter and your granddaughter at that time?
absolutely.
Okay. Ultimately, Chloe left your residence after being there a couple days, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when your next communication was from her?
I don't know, all these time periods are getting messed up in my head. There was a time where she came back for a day or two, and then he, I guess, was somewhere in Knoxville, I don't know where. And I believe they picked her up to go back to Asheville to look at some property.
Okay. What was her demeanor or when she was with you over Thanksgiving and the time thereafter? Can you describe like her affect or what you noticed about her?
She was a mess because Hannah wasn't there, but she was relieved because she was at home. At least that's what I thought. That's what I saw.
Did she appear tired or distressed or?
So, she always appeared tired. She always appeared hungry.
Okay. And then you also, I think, indicated that she was acting kind of strangely in terms of mumbling or like.
And I started noticing that in July
Mm-hmm.
when she was at my house for a couple of weeks.
Okay. Did you see it again in November? Do you recall?
I honestly don't recall. I don't know.
All right. If you would have told an evaluator in this case that that's something that you talked to, you have no reason to dispute that, though, correct?
Absolutely not.
And I think you already indicated that you're having a lot of issues with the memories.
Absolutely.
Okay. And this has been a pretty traumatic and stressful event for
Yes.
you and your family, correct? Okay. So she came back to you with Hannah at some point in time, correct? After?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And I'm going to show you what is marked. Defense 19 and 20. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, if you will just take a look at these two pictures for me. All right. Do I need to admit those?
No objection.
You're admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so this is a picture that was, I'm trying, it's not my computer. There we go. All right. These were pictures, and that's your residence there, correct?
It
In the
is.
background? All
It
right.
is.
And that this was after Thanksgiving of 2020, correct? Do you recall?
Yes. It was the beginning of December, I believe.
Okay. And do you know who took these pictures?
I did.
You took those pictures? Okay. And that this is an accurate representation of what Chloe looked like
Yes.
at the end of November 2020? Okay. Looking back on these pictures, do they cause you some level of distress?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because I didn't see it at the time. All I saw was Hannah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And you also took this picture as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What were you trying to do? What were you and your husband trying to do during this time after Chloe left with Hannah and went back with Mr. Ben Michael?
We were just trying to get her and Hannah to stay with us.
And how were you doing that? Do you recall?
Just, my husband actually told her that somewhere down the line that if she came home, he would pay for her to go to school and buy her a car. And she did not like that. She said that it would have to be her choice if she decided to come home and do all.
Did you feel at that point in time that she felt like she could leave that relationship?
No.
Okay. Or if that she left that relationship, she had concerns about whether or not she'd be able to leave with Hannah?
She wouldn't be able to leave with Hannah.
Okay. All right. That's how.
That's what I did.
Okay. All right. And what other things did you and your husband do between Thanksgiving and December 8th of 2020 to try to convince Chloe to leave?
So she left right around those pictures, and I didn't see her again until December 7th, I don't believe.
Okay.
December 7th, she came to my house to pick up Hannah's stuff because they were heading to Florida. And I asked her to please stay with us. And she was worried. She was like, she said that Brian would never let her just would never allow her to stay with Hannah. And I tried to tell her, don't worry about Brian and Jason or whoever's here. We can take care of this. I will call the police and I will have them removed from our property. And she said, no, Mom, you don't understand that he'll never let us stay.
The way she acted when she was at your house, was that different than you had ever previously seen her since you?
Yes.
I mean, you previously described her as a spitfire and talkative and
No,
everything.
at this point she was, I hate to say it, but she was just drained and dead inside. She was like a zombie. She was just, she wasn't her. She wasn't Chloe.
Okay. Both physically and mentally or emotionally?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
All of it.
Did you notice when she came back to your home on the 7th whether or not she still had, or whether she had more bruises or anything on her face? Do you recall?
I do. Actually, December 7th, I asked her how she got the black eye, and she said she ran into a cabinet. I said, no, you didn't.
Okay. But she didn't give
And
you
she
any-
said, Mom, I deserved it. And it's,
So let's talk about looking back at all of this now, okay? You obviously lost your daughter and granddaughter, correct?
yes.
All right, and you found out on December the 8th about what had happened, correct?
Technically, I didn't find out until December 9th in the morning.
Okay, and that was from the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And you and your husband immediately started providing information to law enforcement at that time, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. But
That
you
was a
had,
hard phone call, so I really don't remember what
understandable. Did at any point in time, did you ever, based on what you saw with Chloe, ever think that she would harm Hannah?
Absolutely not.
Did you have any concerns that she would ever harm herself?
I didn't think about it at the time. But now that I look back at so much and remember things, possibly. Yes.
So this when you got that phone call from Canton Police, you were floored, correct?
Yes, I thought I lost my daughter and my granddaughter.
Okay.
Well, I did lose my granddaughter.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor? I don't have any further questions at this time. Ms. Gropper's going to ask you some questions, okay? I presume.
Good morning. Ms. Driver, I want to go through, you indicated that we saw those pictures, that after the incident where she came to your house and you made that video, her and Hannah both returned to your house and stayed with you for a couple of days, correct?
After the video,
Mm-hmm.
she was gone for probably a week or so.
Okay. Do you
I-
recall talking to
maybe.
Detective Cruz during this investigation with your husband?
December 11th, we went to Canton Police.
Okay. And do you recall telling her that Brian dropped off Hannah and Chloe at your house the Sunday of Thanksgiving weekend? And they
No.
stayed for a couple of days?
I don't know. All the dates are mixed up in my head.
Okay.
I don't know when they came back.
Okay. But did her and Hannah come stay with you?
Yes, after the video?
After the video?
Yes.
Okay.
I just don't know if it was when exactly it was.
Okay. And then you said that she was leaving with him because they were going to go look at some property in Knoxville?
Yes.
All right.
In Asheville.
In Asheville. Okay, thank you. And when you were interviewed by Detective Cruz, did you tell her that you and your husband didn't know that anything was going on until about Thanksgiving time?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. And did you tell her that at that time your concerns became your goal of getting Hannah away from both of them because you didn't want Hannah to be raised in a cult?
That is correct, too.
Okay. So your decision to try to get her a birth certificate and go behind Chloe's back in that regard is because you wanted Chloe to go to school, to get vaccines, to have medical care, and Chloe and Brian would not agree with that.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And you had repeatedly tried to get Chloe to leave that situation and she refused, correct?
She didn't refuse. She wanted to, but there was no way out.
Okay. And
in her mind.
all right. You're aware that after she killed Hannah, she continued to reach out to
Yes.
Brian and maintain a relationship with him, right?
I know that she kept in touch with him. He had a hold on her to where she had to.
Okay.
I don't understand it myself. I
Okay.
really don't.
All right. And I'm trying to get to the bottom of your statement that she had to. Do you understand that when she was reaching out to him, he could not access her physically and he could not call her
At the hospital?
after
Or
she
in
was
jail?
arrested?
Yeah, I know that she could only make the calls out.
Okay. And are you aware of how often she chose to do that?
I know that, honestly, no, I don't.
Okay. Did you know that for over 2 years after she killed Hannah, she continued to call him?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that she made over 617 phone calls to him?
600? No, I was not.
Okay. Do you know just how many times she lied to you and told you she was no longer talking to him when she in fact was?
And I made it clear to her if she kept talking to him that I would have nothing to do with her.
Okay. And are you aware after you made those statements to her, she continued to speak to him behind your back?
I believe so. I believe she told me.
Okay. Do you recall a conversation that you had with her after her arrest where she told you that she wished we would have asked her permission to give Hannah an autopsy because her and Brian would have never agreed to that?
I don't know anything about that.
Okay. You don't remember having an argument with her about that's what happens when you kill a baby, that they have to have an autopsy?
With Chloe?
Right, do you remember having that conversation with
No.
him? You don't remember that? Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Cruz when you spoke to her that Chloe went into this situation with strength from her upbringing and she was able to wane through it, but the last few months when he teamed up with Jason, that's when she lost hope?
I really don't. I'm sorry.
Okay. You've told this jury that you didn't become aware that there were any issues until the last couple of months, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're aware that's when Jason Spillers joined the picture?
I have not been keeping up with Jason. I don't know.
Okay.
I know that he was at the river, but he was only at the river for a few minutes.
Okay. So you don't...
After that, I know nothing about this cult. I know nothing about these people. I only know about Chloe and Brian and maybe a little bit about the two girls. That's it. I didn't go into their life.
Okay.
Like, I don't know.
All right.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So you don't recall saying that she went into the situation with strength and that the situation in the last couple of months had gotten bad since Jason joined the group? You don't remember?
Absolutely not. That doesn't even sound like my words.
Okay.
I don't know.
I want to talk to you about Chloe's access to money. Did at some point she transfer you $65,000?
60.
$60,000?
Mhm.
And when did that happen?
I asked her to put that money, to take it out of her account so Brian could no longer have any money, any way of holding onto it or getting a hold of it. And I asked her to put it in another account because I wanted her and Hannah to start figuring something out as far as getting away.
Okay. Do you recall when that was?
Hannah and Chloe it had to have been in November.
Okay. So you said you wanted her to take it out of her account.
It was
And-
after she got Hannah back from when Brian took her.
Okay. Was that when Hannah and her came to stay with you for a few days?
Yes.
Okay. And so at that time she had access to her own bank account that had over $60,000 in it?
Yes, because she went to the bank and showed her ID, wrote a check, and she transferred it over to our account.
Okay, so Chloe transferred $60,000 to your account.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And did she, to your knowledge at that time, have any, withdraw any cash?
I believe she had some. When she left North Carolina, she had $1,000 on her,
When she
if
left?
I remember correctly.
Okay. And so she transferred you the money. She
Oh
had,
no, I do remember. I'm sorry. We went to the ATM when we left North Carolina, and she pulled out that money, so she would have cash on her while she was at my house, or just for an emergency, or if anything she needed to use it for.
okay. So she had debit cards, checks, and access to that account with all the money in it.
Well, she had a debit card, yes.
Okay. All right. So she transferred you $60,000 and she withdrew $1,000 cash for herself?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Okay. And then after that, she chose to go with Brian to look at some property in Knoxville?
Yeah, it was, so after she transferred me the money, a few days later, he showed up, picked her up, picked Hannah up, and she wanted Eric and I to go with them, and we just couldn't do it.
Okay. And
But I look back at that now as a cry for help, as far as asking her father and I to go, because she asked us a couple of different times to make sure, that she wanted us to go with them.
okay. And your statement before was that she went back with Brian because she had to go, she was trying to get back to Hannah, correct? Was that your testimony before?
At the Thanksgiving time when she made that video, yes.
Okay. And
I heard some of the conversations that on her end when she was talking with him.
okay. And even after Hannah was dead, her continued pursuit of Mr. Benyamin and her relationship, you'd agree that at that point he couldn't hold the baby over her, right?
Absolutely.
Because Hannah was deceased?
Absolutely.
Okay. And after she transferred you that $60,000, and she was arrested for killing Hannah, isn't it true that she reached out to you and accused you of stealing her money and wanted you to give the money back to Brian?
Yes.
Okay. And she told you repeatedly, that's my money.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't want the money. It was for her.
Okay. And you told her, Chloe, if you
Yeah.
continue to make these choices, you're going to lose your entire family.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, she chastised you for speaking ill of Brian, correct?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And she still wanted to be with him and still loved him even after she killed Hannah.
Yes. It was that hold he had on her.
Okay. You indicated that you spoke to Detective Cruz in this case. How much do you know about the actual evidence and investigation in this case?
I prefer not to know.
Okay.
I really don't want to know.
All right. You've intentionally not reviewed any of the evidence? Is that?
No, I have no. My
Okay.
husband and I do not want to know.
Okay.
I don't
and
want to see pictures. I don't want to know.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you have not reviewed any of Chloe's statements to law enforcement
No.
or the doctors? Okay. So is it fair to say that this jury probably knows more about the facts
Absolutely.
and evidence than you?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you obviously love Chloe. She's your only daughter, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. And you understand that this jury was selected because they are neutral and unbiased, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you'd agree that they are less biased and more neutral than you?
I mean, I would assume so. I would hope so.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
Yes. Miss Driver, are you here today just for Chloe? Or are you here for your granddaughter as well?
I'm here for both.
Okay. Looking back on this whole scenario, well, let me rephrase that. Every day, you think about this case, correct?
Every day I think about both of them.
And you continue to live with a lot of regret, correct?
Absolutely.
And then looking back on everything, do you wish you could have done more?
Absolutely.
Have you had the opportunity to replay all this stuff in your head and try to figure out different ways that you could have done more?
Yes.
Do you feel like you could have done more?
Yes.
Think you should have done more?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you're not absolving anybody here of personal responsibility, correct? You're here to give your perspective on what you saw your daughter endure, correct?
Yes.
All right, and that's you understand the position that we are all in, correct? And that you never ever thought your daughter would harm herself or her daughter, correct?
No.
And everything that you saw was Chloe being a loving and caring mother.
She did love Hannah.
Okay. And it was clear to you as you saw her from November 26th up until December 20th that you saw physical changes in
Yes.
her appearance. I'm sorry, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And you also saw,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the leading nature of these questions. This is her witness.
you also saw, sure, Your Honor. You also saw signs of visible emotional and mental distress, correct?
Absolutely.
All right, and those are reflected in those pictures that I showed you, correct?
Yes.
All right. And are you here today to persuade the jury one way or another?
No. I mean, I'm ready to accept whatever comes of this.
Okay. And you understand that, you know, you're not here to try to help Chloe in any particular way, correct? You're just here to give your version of what
Yes.
happened and you observed.
Yes.
All right, and it's clearly affected you tremendously, correct?
Absolutely.
Your entire family, is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
All right, I have no further questions, thank you.
Any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you, ma'am. Call your next witness, please.
We're gonna call Sandra Torres.
Does court okay if I step outside to speak to our witness and just let that person return?
Before you sit down, I'm going to have you raise your right hand, okay? Do you swear the information and testimony you're about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat. Can you tell the court who you are and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sandra Torres, Torres.
Okay, and where do you currently live, city and state?
Anderson, South Carolina.
Okay, all right, and you understand what you're here for today, correct?
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna talk about an incident that occurred on November 25th of 2020, correct?
Uh-huh.
All right, so you have to say yes or no
Yes,
because he's
okay,
recording.
yes, sorry.
That's okay. You don't know Chloe Driver prior to that date, correct?
No.
All right, so let's talk about what happened in November of 2020. You, at that point in time, were living where?
In Fairview.
Okay, and where is
North
that?
Carolina.
Okay, where's that in relation to Asheville? What'd you guess?
Like 10 minutes from each other.
Okay, all right, so tell us what you saw on November 25th of 2020.
Well, I was driving down the road to go get some lunch, and I seen these two guys chasing a young girl. So they were right in the middle of the, like on the side of the road. I made a U-turn, came back. I wanted to see if she was okay because, I mean, she was running from them. And then they had got a hold of her and was dragging her back to the apartments that were right there.
Okay, was this a pretty busy intersection or area?
It's a two-lane, so it's very small.
Okay.
It's busy usually at first thing in the morning, afternoon, school time, and then in the evenings.
But you were just driving down the road on your way to get lunch that day?
Yep, I was just cutting down that little road to go over to the Biltmore area to get lunch.
Okay. Is the young lady you saw running that day present, sitting over there?
I believe so. I mean, it all happened so fast.
Okay. And you said she was being chased by two men?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember what those men looked like, correct?
Oh, yes.
All right. Can you describe what they looked like?
Well, one of them, in my opinion, looks like Marilyn Manson.
Okay.
And the other one was just a tall, blonde-headed guy. I mean,
Which one was chasing Miss Driver?
both.
Both of them.
Yes.
Do you recall which one actually physically grabbed her?
Well, they both were like on the side of her, like bringing her back because I had pulled over into the apartments there, and she had both of them on the side.
Based on what you had seen driving down the road, that created some level of concern for you, correct?
Yeah, oh yes, because I made a U-turn.
Okay, and then you came back and saw them struggling over her?
Yes.
Okay, and there was still traffic in the area, correct?
Yes.
All right, do you recall Miss Driver's appearance that day? Like, did you notice any emotions or anything that she was exhibiting?
Well, she was very upset. She was yelling at me to help her child, that these people were kidnapping her. And, you know, that's why I stood and waited. And then I called the law, 911.
Okay, so you called 911?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you, I think you talked about where you moved your vehicle?
Yeah, so where I was parked at, I had actually backed up because they were bringing her back towards the apartment. So I just parked in front of this row of cars
Okay.
not knowing whose they were. I was just trying to, but I was still in my vehicle at that time. still.
And you saw one them struggling over her, correct?
Yeah, both of them, yes,
All right.
struggling over her. And then she approached my vehicle, and then, what's his name, Benjamin? The dark-headed gentleman is the one that grabbed her again,
Okay.
right in front of my, she was standing at my doorway.
Okay. And you recall her yelling certain things to you?
Yeah, help me, they're trying to kidnap, they got my daughter,
Okay.
don't leave me, call my mom,
Okay.
call my parents, and she tried to give me the phone number.
Okay. And you recall that specifically?
Yes.
Okay. And what were Mr. Ben Michael and Mr. Spillers doing in response to that? Do you recall?
Just, they grabbed her and got her, trying to get her back in the house, and then she came back out of the house.
Okay, so she got back out of the house?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did she do next?
Come running back towards my vehicle. I had, like I said, called 911 already, and I was just waiting for the police to show up.
Okay, and what did you do with your vehicle?
It was still parked
Okay.
in front of the apartment there, which, I mean, I didn't know that was the apartment she was gonna go to, but I was just parked in front of someone's apartment and had vehicles blocked in.
So you saw her being physically taken back into that apartment?
Yes.
Okay,
I
and-
actually take it in there, and then Benjamin's the one that yelled and said, she's having a panic attack.
Okay. Did you believe that at that
No,
time?
because I know people that have had panic attacks. She was yelling for help
Okay.
and to help her child.
All right, so you had already called 911?
Yes.
And you were still waiting for them to come?
Yes.
All right, and then what happened after she came out of that
So
apartment?
when she came out of the apartment, he come after her, Benjamin, or
Okay.
whatever his name is. So he came after her, grabbed her, and at that point was trying to put her into the vehicle, his vehicle, which I had blocked in, which I didn't know that. And she was fighting him off, yelling, screaming, fighting. And then here come another lady out of the house who had a baby.
Okay, and where did that lady go with the baby?
She was trying to get in the vehicle as they were trying to put her in the vehicle, and she was trying to grab her baby. So then now they're tug-of-warring with the baby. So I got out of my vehicle at that point.
Okay, and what did you do?
I went over, stuck my hand in the window, and tried to grab the keys out of the ignition.
Did it seem like it was taking forever for law enforcement to show
Oh,
up?
definitely,
Okay.
because it's like, okay, where are they? What's going on?
Did you get the impression that Ms. Driver in any way, shape, or form wanted to get into that vehicle with them?
No.
Okay, was she still yelling at that time?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall what she was saying?
Just help me, help my baby. Don't let them take me. Call my parents.
Okay, all right. And so you tried to keep them from, well, your car had already blocked them in to a degree, correct?
Yes.
All right, and were you able to get those keys?
No.
Okay, and so what did Mr. Ben Michael do?
They got her in the vehicle, the other lady got in the vehicle, and then he got in the he was in the driver's seat, trying to maneuver the vehicle to get away.
Okay, and what happened to you as a result of him trying to do that?
So when he was trying to back up a little, back up, go, he ended up hitting me with his vehicle in my knee.
Okay, and you were injured because of that, or had
Oh,
a
I
bruise?
had a bruise and
Okay.
a cut. And then at that point, he had maneuvered the vehicle enough. He hit the car next to him, which was Peggy's car.
He hit Peggy's car.
Hit Peggy's car,
Okay.
went over an embankment that had plants and flowers and things, went over that and then was gone.
Okay, and were you concerned for Miss Driver and the baby at that point? in
Yeah, I
time?
believe I called 911 again, saying that they had took off with her and the baby, and then Peggy was still there and Jason was still there.
Okay. At any point in time, did you ever punch Peggy?
No, she came around She came around the vehicle and told me, "You don't know what you've done. You don't know what kind of trouble you've caused." And I was like, well, I didn't know what to say, but she was up in my face, like, right here. I did push her back.
Okay. But you never punched her
Oh,
or
no.
anything? Okay.
No.
Did you ever brandish a weapon?
Who?
You. Did you ever brandish a gun or a weapon at any
Oh,
of them?
no, I don't even believe in guns or, no.
All right, so if Mr. Spiller said that you were threatening him with a gun, that's not true?
Never. There would be no way.
All right, and so what do you recall happening after Mr. McMichael's car left?
Okay, so he was gone. There was a little white car there. Peggy had gotten the car, and then Jason came around my vehicle yelling and screaming at me, and then boom, hit me right in the face.
Okay. And
Down I went.
Okay, and what do you remember next?
I don't know if I passed out or not. I think I was in shock. And then just standing there, I think I was in so much shock.
Okay.
So I was just standing there still waiting for the
police.
police to show up.
Okay, and that white car left?
They both got in there and was gone.
Okay, and by both you mean Mr. Spillers and Peggy?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so it's your testimony that Peggy got close enough to you and was yelling at you, accusing you of
Yes.
inserting yourself in someone else's business, I guess?
She just said, "You don't know what kind of trouble you've caused now," and I didn't know what you meant by that, but
Okay.
I don't.
So if Mr. Spillers told this jury that you punched Peggy a couple different times, that's not true?
No, that is not true.
Were you ever arrested or charged with anything related to this incident?
No.
And Mr. Spillers and Miss, or Peggy, she goes by a couple different last names, left the scene?
Yes, they were gone.
Okay. And ultimately you gave a police report that day, correct?
Yes, I ended up, the fire truck came, the ambulance came, the police came, they took my information. There was 2 of the witnesses involved that seen everything that took place. And they asked if I wanted medical. And I said I was, because my eye was already all red inside and my nose was bleeding. And so I said, well, can you call the ambulance was there, but I told them that I was not going to go with them because they wanted me to leave my brand new vehicle right there in the parking lot.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna show you some exhibits that have been marked Defense 21, 22, 23, and 24.
Mhm.
All right, so we're gonna talk about that one. Okay, so can you identify what Defense 21 is, please?
Okay, so that is me right after, and I was sitting in my car, and that's when I was talking with the paramedics about what they wanted to do. But I was I just sat down back in my vehicle.
Okay. And that's from the date of the incident,
Yes.
correct? All right, so we're gonna move to admit 21 through 24,
Mhm.
Judge, and then publish to the jury. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so this is the picture from November the 25th, correct?
This would be the next day, yes.
Okay, all right. If the date on the picture from your phone is from the 25th, the day of, does that refresh your recollection?
Okay, so that might have been that evening when I went home and showered and
Okay, all right.
everything then.
Wait, you're the one that took these pictures or have
Oh,
these
yes.
pictures? Okay.
Mhm.
Were these pictures provided to law enforcement?
Oh, yes.
Okay, all right,
And the judge in the case.
okay. All right. This is going to be this is our next exhibit. Can you tell us what that picture is?
That's just, I just got out of the shower, so I can tell that. Just
How the injury,
the injury to my eye, my
Okay.
first black eye.
all right, and do you recall where Mr. Spiller specifically hit you?
That just boom, right in the whole, I mean, I didn't even see it coming. I wasn't expecting it. And so he just got me right in the side of the face.
Okay, and it was one punch that took you to the ground?
One punch.
Okay, all right. Is that the one I have in front of you, the other one you have in front of you, right there?
Mhm.
Okay, all right, so this is from November 27th, and again, that's the
The next day.
next day, okay. What kind of medical care did you have to receive for this?
Well, so I stopped, I left the scene, drove myself, because they wanted to leave my vehicle there, and they wouldn't move my vehicle, and I didn't feel safe to have my vehicle sitting there. So I ended up leaving, went to urgent care right around the corner to have them look, and they told me this was an incident that I needed to go to the hospital for.
Okay.
So they actually went to Mission Hospital, and they got me in so quick, and they took x-rays of the face, and he had broken my eye socket, and he had my, what is that called, the orbit?
Orbital bone?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so basically he had broken everything in this side of my face.
Okay.
And they gave me, pain pills if I needed them for the pain, and ice.
Okay.
And then I had to follow up a couple different times with a bone specialist to see if I needed surgery.
Okay, did you end up needing surgery?
No.
Okay, all right, and I'm gonna show you the next one, and then obviously this is on November the 30th, so again, just the progression of the
Yeah.
injury. So you, in this one, you can see the bruise to your
It,
jaw.
I don't, it was the whole thing. He only hit me one time.
Okay,
So, yeah, and then it ended up bruising all.
okay.
And then,
And Mr. Spillers previously testified about this particular incident. You immediately made this report to law enforcement, correct?
oh, yes.
All right, and they took your report and ended up taking warrants for the individuals in this case,
Yes, for
correct?
Peggy, because she was right up in my face. I mean, like, for assault. And then, of course, Jason
Mhm.
for assault. And Benjamin, because he hit me with his vehicle.
Okay,
And as far as I know, they haven't even been served to this still.
okay. And you were never charged with anything, correct?
Oh, no.
All right, and it's your testimony today that you never brandished a weapon or assaulted Peggy
No.
in whatsoever. You're not a drug user, correct?
No.
Okay, and you weren't drunk or out of your mind on this
Oh, no,
particular
no.
day, too?
I am, whenever any of us girls go out, I am the designated driver because I do not drink.
Okay.
And I just never have.
So Mr. Spillers, your case with Mr. Spillers has been resolved, correct?
Yes, we finally got him. He was in California on charges out there. They finally brought him back here. And we finally did court, I guess maybe 6 months ago.
Okay, all right, and you
He
were.
pleaded guilty.
He pled guilty?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so you didn't have to testify in a trial
No,
or anything else like that?
nothing,
Okay. Did anybody in this particular case, aside from myself and Mr. Kessler, contact you about what happened on the 25th of November?
No,
Okay, you don't recall, you never spoke to anybody from the Canton Police Department or from the District Attorney's Office, correct?
okay, not for what happened that day.
Okay.
But then, like I said, I didn't know anyone, so.
Okay, so you didn't know any of these people
No,
leading up to that?
I still didn't know nothing for probably the first week.
Okay,
And then I found out about Jason, living 5 minutes from me, and
okay, so you, because you didn't know any of these people, you weren't necessarily able to provide law enforcement on the 25th with their names or anything like that?
nothing.
You were just able to give them information related to the vehicles that they were driving,
Right.
correct? All
I
right.
had took pictures and had tag numbers.
Okay. And in your mind, what you saw that day, did you believe that Miss Driver was in distress
Oh, yes,
and that she was being chased by these individuals?
and kidnapped, yes.
Okay. And you just felt like you needed to intervene or help this young lady?
Yeah, I just, 2 men chasing a woman, and it's just in my nature. I don't know. I mean, it's a valuable lesson that I learned the hard way, Would I do it again? Yes.
I have no further questions of this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you, ma'am. All right, we are going to take a recess at this time. We're going to be in recess until, we will say 11 o'clock. So leave us your notepads, and you can step outside or you can stay in the jury room, but we will resume at 11 o'clock. All right, call your next witness, please.
Defense will call Dr. Roberta Ballard to the stand. Mr. Focus, can I place this? You don't need it?
I do not need it. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Ballard, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear the information testimony you're about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Dr. Roberta Ballard.
Okay. Dr. Ballard, how are you currently employed?
I'm in private practice as a psychologist.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Back in 2021, were you working with a forensic specialty group here in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us who that was?
There's a group, forensic psychology practice, based in Marietta, Georgia, called Forensic Specialty Group. And I started working with them, let's see, in early 2018.
Okay. And I believe you worked for them on a contract basis?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd been in private practice as a forensic and clinical psychologist since 2001 in Oregon, and then in 2017 I moved to Georgia and started working with Forensic Specialty Group.
When you worked with Forensic Specialty Group, can you describe the kind of things that you were contracted to do?
Sure. Similar to my work in Oregon, I would get referrals to do psychological evaluations of people who were somehow involved with the law, often criminal cases. So the referral would be a question of, are they competent to stand trial, or are they not guilty by reason of insanity? I also did civil cases, doing a psychological evaluation if someone was involved. Let's say they were involved in an accident and there was some trauma, things like that.
And what do you do now?
Well, at this second, I'm practicing forensic psychology because I'm here, but in about 2022, I wanted a break from the forensic side of my practice, so I stopped taking new referrals and built up my therapy practice. I also always had a small therapy practice since 2001, so I wanted to pivot, so I started building up my therapy practice. So right now I'm just doing therapy.
Okay, and can you tell us, where did you go to undergraduate school?
Did my undergraduate work at Occidental College. It's a liberal arts college in Los Angeles, California.
Okay, and what kind of degree did you get?
I got a bachelor's in political science.
Okay, and what year was that?
Oh my gosh, 1990.
99 or 90?
Bachelor's was 90.
Okay. All right, perfect. That's my miswriting. And then what did you do after that?
I went to graduate school at Kent State University in Ohio, and well, I started in 93. So from 90 to 93, I was in my early 20s.
So you went to Kent State University?
Yeah,
Okay.
and got my PhD in clinical psychology, and graduated in 1999.
Okay. And then what did you do after that?
When you graduate with a PhD, you can't practice yet. You actually have to get supervised postdoctoral hours in order to get a license. And once you have your license, you can practice. So I did my postdoc in forensic psychology, also in Ohio, where I went to graduate school.
Okay, and that was Kent State University as well?
It wasn't. It was the Summit County Courthouse Psychodiagnostic Clinic in Akron, Ohio.
But you received your Psy doctorate from?
Oh, my PhD I received from Kent State
Okay,
University.
but you did your postdoc work at the Summit Clinic?
Yeah, I did my postdoc work in Akron, which is like 20 minutes from Kent.
Gotcha. All
Yeah.
right. Do you currently hold any licenses or certifications?
Yeah, I'm licensed in psychology in Georgia and North Carolina. And then I have a certification called PsyPact, which, do you want me to describe it? Because it's not,
Sure.
it's not particularly relevant here, but states have, 40 of the 50 states have this agreement where if you're a licensed psychologist in one of those states, you can practice online therapy with clients in any of those other PsyPact states. So I have a PsyPact credential, which means that I can do online therapy with someone who lives in another PsyPact state. So I have clients who live in like Minnesota and Utah.
Telehealth type thing?
Right,
Okay.
right.
All right. So even though you may live in another state, you can work with clients in another state. It's just kind of a reciprocity type thing?
Exactly. Yeah, it was something that it's existed long before the pandemic, just to make interjurisdictional telehealth more accessible to people. But it has kind of caught on since the pandemic. I think it went from like 20-something states had passed those laws, and now it's 40 because there's just more of a need.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about your professional experience. I'm going to test your memory from going back into the 90s.
I'm ready.
All right. Can you tell us what your first job in psychology was as a trainee?
I don't have my CV in front of me.
Would you like me to?
With my license or before I got licensed?
Before you got licensed.
Before I got licensed, I had my postdoc, and then I moved to Oregon because my husband at the time was also getting his PhD in psychology, and he was doing his internship in Oregon. So moved to Oregon, and I wasn't licensed yet in Oregon. So until I got licensed, I worked at a community mental health center, and I worked in their older adult services. I supervised a locked unit of a nursing home for people who had serious, severe mental illnesses and medical problems that required a nursing home level of care. And I also did assessments of older adults in the community, where I would drive to their homes and do psychological assessments for older adults who didn't have reliable transportation, and some therapy that way too. And once I got my license that was in about 2000. And then once I got my license in 2001, I joined, do you want me to just keep going about my career?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I joined a private practice called Wildwood Psychiatric Resource Center. Actually, when I joined it, it was called Women's Psychiatric Resource Center, but they changed their name at some point because they were serving everybody. And that was a group private practice of psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers who, it was a traditional like office with therapy offices, and we saw therapy clients. And then in addition to that, I also started building a forensic practice in Oregon. So.
All right, so how many years overall have you been doing forensic evaluations?
Including my postdoc since 1999, so is that 25 years? As a licensed psychologist, not as a supervised postdoc, 23 years.
Are you currently a member of any professional associations?
You know, I'm not. I'm usually a member of like the state association, like Georgia Psychological Association, and the American Psych, and I let them lapse because I just never use them. I use a separate liability insurance and everything, so I just kind of let them lapse.
Okay, but you still maintain your license and certification in the state of Georgia?
Yes, yeah. The license is required to practice. Also, my husband's a psychologist and he's a member, and so I get all the publications and stuff.
From him?
So
Okay.
I know I should be a member.
That's fine. Tell me about some of the additional education or trainings that you've received with respect to forensic psychology.
To maintain your license, like a lot of professions, you have to do continuing education to renew your license. And so the continuing education that I've done over the years has been mostly forensic and some therapy. So I've, again, I don't have my CV in front of me, but there's an association called the American Association of Forensic Psychology that, in my opinion, they do the best continuing education in forensic psychology. So I've been to their workshops all over, like, they'll hold them in different cities, and I'll travel to a city just to do the workshops because they're really valuable, so.
Okay, since you have been licensed, approximately how many overall psychological evaluations do you think you've completed?
That I don't know. It's in the hundreds. I don't know if it's in the thousands. Like if I do 2 a week, that's 100 a year for 20 years. Yeah, hundreds.
All right, approximately how many competency to stand trial evaluations do you think you've completed?
Hundreds.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about criminal responsibility evaluations?
Not as many, because it's not as common of a referral question. Competency evaluations are the most common referral question. So, I mean, over 100, yeah.
All right. How many times do you think you've testified in any type of court proceeding?
I don't know how many times in anything, including like civil and
Sure.
family court and everything. Oh, dozens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it still make you nervous?
A little bit.
Okay.
Not as much. In the beginning of my career, it felt like a really big deal, and now it just feels like part of my job.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you are being hired for these forensic evaluations, what is the purpose of those evaluations? What do you think your role is in being the evaluator?
My role is to answer the referral question. So if it's a referral question of, was this person competent? Is this person currently competent to stand trial? I'm doing a psychological evaluation to render an opinion about whether they understand what's going on in court right now. My role is to educate the trier of fact, which is you all, about mental illness and whatever like relevant diagnoses and stuff.
Okay, so essentially you're not being hired to be anybody's particular advocate, correct? Your job is to conduct the evaluation and offer your opinion.
Right, yeah. That's an important distinction with, it doesn't matter what side hires me in terms of, I do the same evaluation. And there's an evaluation I do to answer a question. I'm not hired to like help someone win a case. I'm hired to give my professional opinion.
Okay. At this time, I would move to tender Dr. Ballard as an expert in the fields of clinical and forensic psychology.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so this jury has previously heard Dr. Garrett testify, so I'm going to ask some follow-up questions about forensic psychological evaluations
Sure.
in general. Okay, so what I think you've already touched on it, but what is the purpose of that particular evaluation?
Of an NGRI, of a not guilty by reason of insanity evaluation?
Yes, or competency. Yep.
Okay. I mean, the purpose of those are different. So should I
You
talk
can touch on
about
both of them
this
since
one?
that's part of what you do. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't do a competency evaluation in this case. But the purpose with competency is to figure out if the defendant is currently, their mental status currently, if they can work with their attorney, understand the charges against them, assist in their defense. There are forensic assessment instruments that have been developed to help us to do that. They're not required. You can just do like a really in-depth interview. Sometimes it's really clear that someone's not competent to stand trial. Like if they come in to talk to you and they're really psychotic and don't even know who you are and are really out of touch with reality, it's pretty clear that they can't be competent to stand trial. Other times it's not as clear because they might understand that they're charged with something and they understand that there's a court proceeding and who what a jury is and what a judge is. But they might have underlying delusions and stuff that would affect their ability to like rationally understand the trial. So the purpose of the evaluation is just to assist the court in figuring out if this person is competent to stand trial. And then with a sanity, don't just it's mental status at the time of the offense is the phrase, or NGRI, not guilty by reason of insanity. And that looks more not at how the person's doing right now at the time of the trial. It doesn't look at that really at all. It looks at what their mental health and mental status was at the time of the offense to understand better if there were mental health issues going on when the alleged crime occurred. And so the evaluation will rely always, or almost always, partly on an interview with the defendant, but not only on that. That's one piece of information, but there are lots of pieces of information to take into account, like witness statements, police records, medical records, interviews with family members, trying to just get a whole picture of what the mental health was of the defendant when the alleged crime happened.
Generally speaking, how do you come to be involved in a criminal type case?
Like practically speaking?
Yeah, I mean, so we have already heard from Dr. Garrett, and she's employed by the Department of Behavioral Health. So, based on where you work, how do you become involved in it?
I've become involved. Someone had an attorney contacts forensic specialty group. Someone calls them back. It's either the office manager, or when we don't have an office manager, it's Kevin, the owner. And the attorney says, I need an evaluation for a client of mine, and they chat, and it gets assigned to one of the psychologists who works in the practice. There's not a particular rhyme or reason necessarily to who gets what case. Sometimes it's as simple as, this is in Cherokee County, and at the time that we received this referral, I lived in Cherokee County, so it might have just been it'll be easier for Bobby, Dr. Ballard, I go by Bobby a lot, to get to the Cherokee County Jail. So it's, we're all qualified to do an insanity evaluation. So I was, this showed up on my calendar.
Okay. And you, based on just the nature of that practice, you are primarily hired by defense, correct?
Yeah. Things work differently in different states. When I was at that court clinic in my postdoc in Ohio, all forensic evaluations, whether they came from the prosecution or the defense or the judge, just went to this clinic that I worked in. And so, I mean, a lot of time, I mean, I would know who had sent the referral, but I didn't pay a lot of attention because it didn't matter. And then in Oregon and in Georgia, when the state hires an expert, they usually just use someone who works at DB, I always get the initials wrong.
DBHDD?
DBHDD, thank you. Because, I mean, it's more efficient because they're a state employee and they're on salary and it's, yeah. And so I think the state just, in Oregon, I can only speak to the states I've worked in, Oregon and Georgia, the states just don't hire private practice persons, or so rarely that like our phone just doesn't get calls from the state for evaluations. So it's the defense who needs people and hires people in private practice. Yeah.
Okay, so based on just how the roles are kind of set up here
Yeah.
in Georgia, that you're the primary contracting people with that group tends to be defense attorneys.
Yeah, and it's different even criminal versus non-criminal. Like I did civil work and I was hired by the plaintiff and defense, you know, all the time because it wasn't set up that way in the civil court the way it was in criminal. And same with I did parental capacity evaluations and I would get hired by the state, which was DFACS, or in Oregon it was called DHS, and by private attorneys who were representing parents who were involved. So yeah, when it's possible, both sides hire us, and it just doesn't happen with the way that the system is set up.
But you've done, I understand your testimony to be, is that you've done evaluations for governmental agencies as well?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and in federal court too, it was set up differently. So I've done some state criminal, some federal criminal evaluations where I worked on the state side and on the defense side. So.
Okay. Do you recall up until this date how much the defense has paid you for your work?
So far, the defense or the state, indigent defense, the state has paid me for whatever this 2021 evaluation was. I don't recall how much it was, but it was however many hours I spent on the evaluation in 2021, and then there'll be a second invoice for whatever time I'm here today for this trial.
So if you were paid $2,500 for your initial work, does that sound about right?
That sounds about right. That's about 10 hours.
Okay, and then so what you are here for today is obviously your testimony, which you will be paid based on your actual work involved in that and your testimony.
Yeah, whatever hours I spend on this and some travel expenses because I've since moved to North Carolina.
Does that have any effect on why you're here today?
What, the move?
No, ma'am.
Oh.
You haven't been promised a certain particular amount of money for your testimony, correct?
Correct. No, I'm paid for time, not for like an opinion.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So you were assigned this, I think you said it appeared on your calendar.
Yeah.
And then can you tell us a little bit about the steps you took when you first received this case?
Yeah. I saw that it was on my calendar. I don't remember if I either called you or emailed you to find out about the case and to let you know I was the one who'd be doing it and to get records to review before I went to evaluate Chloe, and also to let you know when I could schedule to see her. And then at some point I would get the records. It was all like online. There weren't any hard paper records. It was all like Dropbox, electronic records. I don't remember the question.
That's okay. So the things you did. So your first
Yeah.
steps were reaching out to contact me to kind of find out what the nature of the question was?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And I think you've already told us that the request wasn't for a competency evaluation,
Right.
correct? Do you remember approximately when in 2021 you first received this referral, or do you remember what month it was?
I don't, it was probably in February of 2021, maybe January or February. I saw her first in late March, and just knowing that my schedule, I usually had to kind of schedule things a little ways out. At the latest, it would have been the beginning of March.
Okay, so but it appears on her calendar, you start doing your investigation, you
Yeah.
schedule, and then you set that time frame out when you're gonna go and meet with her.
Yeah,
But leading up to that, you're doing all these things in the background to prepare for that, correct?
reading whatever records that I have access to at that point, and yeah, and scheduling with the jail to do an evaluation.
At that particular point in time, do you recall what sources of information you had available? I know you said it was a Dropbox, so that probably meant it was a lot of,
I don't remember what parts of the records were Dropbox and what wasn't, and exactly how much I had. I know at the bare minimum before I went to see her, I would have had like the indictment and the initial police reports. I don't remember if I had more than that before I went to see her. I would have had just enough to know kind of the basics of the case and what the charges were.
so you receiving things like the police reports or police videos or that kind of thing
Yeah,
is
discovery.
discovery. So you had that available to you prior to going out.
Yes.
Okay. And do you specifically recall what you may have reviewed prior to that or going out there?
Before seeing her, I would have reviewed whatever I had at that point, but I don't remember exactly what I had.
Okay. And what is the reason for reviewing those things prior to going out to see Ms. Driver? What are you trying to get an understanding of?
Trying to get to generate theories, as many theories as possible, generate hypotheses to test when I saw her. Some common theories when doing a forensic evaluation are, this person might have a mental illness. This person might not have a mental illness. This person might be attempting to fake a mental illness. They're just different theories to test. So I'm just...
So you would have already in your mind kind of had some things that you were going to go out and look for when you met with Ms. Driver at the jail.
Right.
Okay. And you indicated that you went down there the end of March of 2021. Do you recall specifically what date that was?
The 29th.
Okay. And do you recall on that day how long you spent with her?
Not exactly, it was at least a couple hours.
Okay. All right. And when you, and then you went out again a second time?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recall the date of that?
June 12th.
All right. And do you recall how long you were out there that particular time?
Again, I don't, but it was at least a couple of hours.
Okay. Let's talk about the steps of your evaluation process with Ms. Driver, okay?
Sure.
Can you tell us a little bit about how you generally start these particular evaluations with the defendant?
I start by talking about, by obtaining informed consent. And what that means is reviewing with her kind of the nature and purpose of the evaluation, and letting her know what the nature of our evaluation relationship is, because it's sometimes people hear that you're a psychologist and they think that you're their therapist. So it's important in a forensic evaluation to clarify that this isn't a doctor-patient relationship. There are limits to confidentiality. So I let her know that because I had been hired by her defense counsel, that I would share with her defense attorneys anything that I learned, but that if I wrote up a report that was shared with the court, that it would be shared with the whole court, shared with everything, so that anything she talked about might end up being things that I would write about or testify about. I let her know her participation is not voluntary. She's not required to participate, and she was just told that she could consult with her attorney at any time, and give someone an opportunity to ask questions about all of that, and see if they agree, and there's a written form and they sign it. And so that's the beginning of the evaluation, is kind of setting the parameters for like what my role is.
Do you recall what her general appearance was when you met with her at the end of March of 2021?
She, let me refresh my memory. The only picture I'd seen of her before I met her was a booking photo, and when she came into the room, I didn't recognize her, and I thought they might have brought me the wrong person, but it turned out that she had, the booking photo, looked really thin, and she'd gained some weight. It'd been about 3 months she'd been in jail, and she'd gained some weight in jail. So, so she looked healthy. She looked, pretty. She was dressed in standard jail attire. There's nothing really like extraordinary about her hair or anything. She just looked kind of normal.
Do you recall if she was medicated at that time?
At the time, although I'm not sure if she was taking it, but at the time she was prescribed Prozac, which is an antidepressant, and Zyprexa, which is an antipsychotic.
Okay. At any point during that initial step of your informed consent or anything, did you ever provide Ms. Driver with what the legal definition of insanity was?
No. When I talk about like the nature and purpose of the evaluation, I'm really broad. I don't even really vary it between different types of evaluation. I say it something like, I'm here to find out if there are issues around your mental health that are relevant to your case. Like, it's pretty general.
Did she seem to indicate that she had any understanding of what that legal definition was based on your conversations with her?
No.
Okay. Did you ever get a sense in your interview with Ms. Driver that she was answering your questions in a specific way or to try to achieve a particular result?
No.
All right. What was one of I think what you've already talked about, one of the first things you're going to do is background information with the defendant. Can you tell us about what some of the background information that you obtained about Ms. Driver that you thought was relevant to your inquiry?
Sure. She said that she had been kind of a hard-to-handle kid. That hard to handle was her words, and that she did okay in school. She didn't have any like learning problems or anything, but that she left early because she was like acting out a lot, and she called herself boy crazy. But she said she was, just not going to school and skipping and just hanging out with peers, and had started to experiment with drugs. Her parents, she said that it was hard. She and her parents didn't get along, so they had even agreed to let her live with a boyfriend in another state for a while, but that didn't work out, so she moved back home. So she said, particularly starting around adolescence, that she was kind of unstable, and then she also reported some mental health. I know we didn't get there yet, but some mental health things started to crop up around that time too.
And what were those mental health things that she brought up to you?
Mood issues, like depressed mood, and also really energetic, agitated mood, and also a lot of anxiety, some self-harm, like superficially cutting her wrists. She had at least one suicide attempt where she took an overdose of pills in middle school. And she started at about in her mid-teens, she started to have some paranoid ideation, some paranoid feelings around thinking, and also just some delusional thinking, like believing she could hear other people's thoughts, believing that people were conspiring against her.
So that started back in her teens?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. What did she describe to you as about her employment history?
Not a real significant employment history. Let's see if I don't think I even included a section for it.
On page 3. Page 3?
Page 3. She'd reported she'd been with Mr. Joyce since she was 17, and that he prohibited her from working. And in the fall of 2018, he let her get a job, is how she said it, because they didn't have any money. But otherwise, she didn't have an employment history.
Okay. And you also covered medical history and substance abuse history, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recall regarding the substance abuse history?
She said that she started smoking marijuana when she was 12, and she was doing it initially to help with anxiety. And when she was 16, a boyfriend introduced her to cocaine, and she tried cocaine, but she preferred alcohol and marijuana. She also tried LSD in high school, and I think that was all that she reported to me.
Okay.
Until some oral CBD in 2020, in the months leading up to her charges.
Okay. So the only thing that stood out in your mind was the stuff that she had previously done in her early teens, and that and then was reported with respect to the CBD?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And let's talk about her relationship history with you. My understanding is that her really primary and only relationship was with Mr. Joyce, correct?
Long term, yes. Before that, from age like 13 to 16, she said she had a lot of boyfriends, but I don't know how, like, they weren't long-term serious relationships. And then when she was 16, she met Mr. Joyce, and when she was 17, she started a relationship with him.
Okay. And do you recall the age difference between the two of them?
Yeah, she was 16 and he was 38 when they met, and he approached her at a bus station and was telling her some spiritual things that really she found intriguing, because she had been wondering about spirituality, and somehow they exchanged contact information, and she reached out to him later.
What did she tell you about their particular lifestyle and about having multiple wives, and how she kind of conceptualized that whole thing?
Yeah, she said she joined him as his wife, even though they weren't legally married, and that she explained to me that he believed in having multiple wives, and the way she said it is that he made it make sense to me. Like, he explained it to her in a way that she accepted it. And her job, it wasn't a paid job, but her job was to try to recruit other women to join them as wives.
And prior to meeting Mr. Joyce, you indicated that none of her relationships had been anywhere like that before, correct?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, they'd been like with age-appropriate people.
And that it was Mr. Joyce who introduced this other lifestyle to her and explained
Yes.
it to.
Yes.
And she specifically told you that the way he explained it just made sense?
Yeah, there were a lot of things that he quote unquote taught her. She said he saw his role as leading young women as his wives in this world. It's very confusing. This world of there are 160-something thousand real people, and I guess they were some of them, and they needed to be secluded from society. We're calling this a lifestyle, but actually it was a cult, and he was or is the cult leader, and she was a member.
Okay. So let's talk about what Ms. Driver reported to you in regards to her pregnancy. Can you tell us what you identified as being important with respect to that?
Yeah. She said she got pregnant in early 2019, and that before that, she and the other wives and him were living a nomadic lifestyle and sometimes living out of a car or an RV or at friends' houses. And, well, I mean, actually that continued even when she was pregnant. But during the pregnancy, it sounds like that was the first time that she was kind of pushing back against any of these things she was being taught by him, because he wouldn't let her get prenatal care. He wouldn't let her go to a hospital. She had one ultrasound apparently, but otherwise no medical care. He did not want her to go to a hospital when she was in labor, but they had to go because her water had broken, but she wasn't progressing. And after she had their daughter, he made her leave against medical advice after 12 hours because the staff at the hospital were talking about calling Child Protective Services because of I don't know exactly why, actually. I can't speak to exactly why.
But they ended up leaving the hospital?
Yeah.
Per her report?
Yeah, he referred to them as a satanic hospital when they left. And she didn't want to because she still felt like she wasn't physically ready, and she still had questions about breastfeeding, and yeah, she didn't want to go.
What did she tell you about how Hannah came to be named? Do you recall?
She said that he chose the name Hannah, but then also chose the nickname for Hannah, Nimsy, and said that it was short for Nimza Kazina, which I don't know if it's accurate or not, but Ms. Driver started to believe that that long name translated into I'm Sin. They called her Nimsy, I think, more than Hannah. But.
Okay, and so one of the first things that Ms. Driver indicated to you that kind of raised a little bit of a red flag was associating the nickname Nimsy with I'm Sin?
Yeah, and it was part of a bigger delusional belief system around the idea that she, and by extension her daughter, were sinful because she wasn't legally his wife, and so she was sinning, and that her daughter had been born into sin. And so there was this sort of ongoing different delusions all around that idea that they were sinful.
Okay.
And that at times when she expressed those fears to Mr. Joyce, that he would reinforce them, that they were accurate.
Okay, can you describe to us what Ms. Driver told you about their overall relationship, like from the beginning to the end?
Yeah. I saw her a few months after the death of her daughter. And she had very mixed feelings. And I don't think she would have reported them as mixed. I think sometimes she felt really positively about him, and sometimes she felt really negatively about him. It was kind of one or the other. When she spoke about him positively, she said, he's the smartest person I've ever met. He's amazing. He's gorgeous. He looks like Jesus Christ. He taught her so many things about how the world works that she didn't know. And he believed he was the Messiah, and she, had believed that too. So all of these sort of really positive feelings she had about him. Also, just felt like sometimes he could be really affectionate and positive towards her, which I found out later is accurate because I listened to a lot of recorded phone calls that they had in jail, and that sometimes he could be really sweet. And then when she was in the other headspace, she said, I talk to people now and they say it sounded like a cult, and I think, I think maybe it wasn't a cult, and they say that he abused me, and maybe it was abuse. I didn't think it was abuse. I think that I deserved it, or I think that he was teaching me a lesson. So, she was confused.
And it sounds like she had very limited insight into it.
She had limited insight, and it's also kind of a typical insight for an abusive relationship and for a cult member. There's this theory called trauma bonding, where emotional bonds grow out of a cycle of abuse. Because even in an abusive relationship, there are periods that are really rewarding, and then there are periods of punishment or abuse. And there's a power imbalance. So the person who doesn't have the power becomes very bonded to this person who sometimes treats them really well. And so by the end of that first time I met with her, one of my theories was that there was this trauma bonding going on.
Okay. Did she describe his relationship to you as controlling and in any way, or were you told what that all entailed?
She described it as controlling. So did lots of other people in witness statements, and I would describe it as controlling. I've been listening to conversations, very controlling. But yeah, she said he controlled her food, he controlled her ability to communicate with others, which was basically she was only allowed to communicate with others if she was trying to recruit a woman to their group, where she could go, when she could have her phone or not, checked her phone, when she could talk to her parents, which sounds like his preference would have been never, but sometimes she could talk to her parents, but he was always there monitoring it. Or if he found out that she contacted them without him knowing, then that was something that she would be punished for. And that's a really typical abusive thing, is to isolate the victim. He wouldn't call her Chloe, he called her Kwani. He chose that name and told her that was her name. He controlled her email, he controlled her access to social media. And all of this was kind of presented as being for the greater good and for this whatever purpose, greater purpose that they had, that she was to submit to these things because for some bigger purpose.
You indicated that she was talking about some of these things as buying into it because that's what he was selling, or he made sense.
Right, yeah. And for a while, it did make sense to her, and she didn't perceive things as abusive. And it was after she became a mother that it was harder for her to buy into everything because there were things that she wanted to do as a mother that she wasn't allowed to do.
Did she kind of express to you in any way that, or that she was made to feel that those rules or that control was for the purpose of, or that she deserved it?
Yeah, that was actually the word that she used, that she thought she deserved it. She thought, like I said, he reinforced that idea that if anything bad was happening to her, if she was being locked in a dark room or told not to move for a long period of time or hit or anything, that it was because she deserved that.
One of the other areas that you spoke with Ms. Driver about was bad CBD use, correct?
Correct.
All right, and what do you recall her report to you about that CBD?
In late 2020, when she was starting to feel more unstable and have more delusions, she wanted to take some CBD because she thought it would help calm her down and feel less anxious, and she felt like one small dose a day helped her. But then she said he started giving her big doses 3 times a day, and she said she didn't want that much, and he said she should take it, and he kept giving it to her and standing next to her and making sure that she took it. She felt like it was too much, and then it made her more paranoid. I don't know if it was or if she was just becoming more paranoid because of her mental illness. I don't know, but regardless, she was involuntarily taking higher doses than she wanted to.
Okay. And we talked a little bit about the abuse, but can you kind of explain to you some of the actual incidents of physical abuse that she reported to you and how she viewed that?
Sure. Well, like I said earlier in the relationship, she said that she didn't feel abused earlier in the relationship. She felt like he was helping her out, that he was doing it for a good purpose. She said he slapped her a couple times earlier in the relationship, but he never left marks on her until October 2020, when he really, she said bashed my face, but punched her in the face. She was upset that, she said she wasn't upset that he punched her or hurt her. She was upset because he did it in front of their daughter, and it was upsetting to her. She was, she didn't want her daughter to witness that. So she was already feeling like she deserved to be hit. She was sin and had committed sin and deserved to be punished. But because her daughter saw it and that was upsetting, that was when she wanted to get to her parents' house with her daughter.
So there were, at least in her mind, some signs that she was kind of responsible for all the sin in the world and was taking that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And she would describe him as, didn't describe him as controlling or abusive at first, but described things that were inconsistent with that representation.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Yeah.
So in the beginning of her description of the relationship with him, she did not describe it as abusive or controlling.
She didn't see it as abusive or controlling early on. When she was talking to me about it, she was sometimes talking about it like it had been really great, and sometimes talking about it like, I think he was abusive, so she was, like I said, sort of two minds and really confused and still like kind of bonded to him, but then also questioning it. So. And
without telling me anything about what Mr. Joyce might have said to Ms. Driver that she told to you, were there some of those things that she certainly now is actively questioning in that relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Did she appear, when you were talking to her about her relationship with Mr. Joyce, really struggle with how that relationship either physically ended or where they were at that particular point in time?
In December?
No,
or?
When you were meeting with her,
Yeah.
you said that she had been talking both positive and negative. Was she can you describe how did you see that as struggling, or how with that?
Yeah, in fact, she told me that she'd had several phone calls while she was in jail with him, but then like people found out and it was stopped. And she said she missed him, but she's confused, is what she told me. And she doesn't know, like she used to think God wanted her to be with him, but now she wasn't sure if God wanted her to be with him. And she said, I think I love him, but I don't know. Like she was confused.
So she was kind of struggling with that physical separation and emotional separation.
Yeah, yeah. There's levels here. I mean, if we just look at it as an abusive relationship, she was struggling to get away from someone that she'd bonded with in an abusive relationship. But then there's the level of this organization, this cult, that she was struggling with the idea of maybe all that wasn't true. Maybe this greater purpose is, just, not accurate.
Okay. And we'll touch base on, with respect to, we'll go back to those jail phone calls later,
Okay.
and how you came to talk about that. Let's talk about the mental status exam that you conducted when
Sure.
you first met with her. Now, you would have done that on both occasions, correct?
Right.
Okay. And the purpose of that is what?
It's to get an idea of how that person is doing, like at that moment. What their mood is, what their expression, like their expressed emotion is, how their thoughts are working, like are they rational, are they not rational, are they organized or not, just to get a sense of their mental status.
Okay. And do you recall anything significant about what you were able to determine about her mood or affect at that time?
Yeah, both times I saw her mood and affect were pretty much within normal limits, with some exception. She was like a little bit elevated sometimes, and by elevated I mean like a little bit energetic, or really like quick to like look incredibly joyful, and yeah, just a little like more energy. I understand from like reading other reports and reading records that she has been depressed many times, but when I saw her, she didn't seem depressed either time.
Okay.
And that's consistent even with reviewing the jail medical records, that she kind of went in and out of some depression and some mania or hypomania.
And so she reported to you kind of some of those same similar depression type symptoms too, correct? And they were still working on
Yeah.
adjusting her medications and...
Yeah, she said her mood was a little better recently because she'd started on some Prozac, which is an antidepressant. So when I saw her, I guess that makes sense she wasn't depressed because she had started on some medication.
Okay. And one of the things you kind of are there to assess is whether or not, or to flush out whether or not they are still potentially experiencing auditory or visual hallucinations, correct?
Right.
Okay. And what did you note about that in that particular interview?
Yeah, it's not possible to tell just by looking at someone if they're having auditory or visual hallucinations. Sometimes you kind of can, but you can't know for sure, because someone could just be sitting still and hearing and seeing all kinds of things. She didn't look like she was experiencing any hallucinations, hearing or seeing things. I also just asked directly if she said she wasn't at that time experiencing anything. She was very talkative, and that's what I mean by that elevated thing. Like she was, talking a little bit fast and a lot of words. She didn't seem paranoid or suspicious. If anything, she was really open. There was some pretty significant, like bizarre content in her speech, some magical thinking and some kind of just bizarre, ideas and some delusions of reference. So even though she wasn't like disorganized or distressed from any like psychotic, disordered thoughts. She had some sort of delusional thinking. One of them is she said she recently became concerned that she caused COVID because the word COVID starts with C and ends with D, and her initials are CD. So that would be an example of a delusion of reference. It has nothing to do with her, but she's like imbued it with some kind of potential meaning and gotten really kind of paranoid that she's hurt a bunch of people, which is again consistent with previous delusions that she's had. So she was, she appeared pretty stable, but with some, psychotic stuff going on.
Okay, and that was even after she had been incarcerated for some time and was no longer on the CBD. Those symptoms were still present.
Right. Yeah, this was a few months later.
All right. What were some of the things that you were able to find out from Ms. Driver about her history of that paranoia or hallucinations?
She, similar to the COVID thing that she told me about, the CD thing, she said that in the past she's often felt like she's evil and she's the cause of bad things in the world. She also just reported other hallucinations, thinking that bonfires are talking to her, thinking that trees are talking to her, believing that everyone can read everybody's thoughts, and feeling that everyone is against her. Those were all things that she'd reported experiencing, not at the moment when I saw her, but in the past.
Okay. And then when you are doing your the status examination, you also talked to her in great length of everything that kind of led up to December 8th of 2020, correct?
Right.
All right. What did she describe to you as some of the things that she was enduring during the fall of 2020?
She said fall of 2020, she was getting worse over time. And she was having a lot of paranoid thoughts and a belief that the world hated her. She said that her paranoia was getting worse and worse over time, and the worst period it was the 2 weeks leading up to and including December 8th. She felt like the people that she was staying with, which was Mr. Joyce and his other 2 wives, were all against her, that they hated her. She thought maybe her parents hated her. She was worried people were plotting against her. She was just struggling with a lot of there's a word we use, decompensating, but it just means declining or getting worse. She was decompensating over time. She was getting worse over time.
Okay, and what does it mean to for somebody with these type of symptoms to express that they have a heightened sense of awareness to things that are around them? What does that mean?
It could mean a lot of things, but she told me that she believed she had this heightened awareness of things around her. And the way she described it to me is part of that. She could hear other people's thoughts, or she could cause other people. I'm not even sure how to explain it because it's not rational. But that she was really more sensitive to other people's thoughts and feelings, and they affected her.
Does that feed into some of those delusions of reference that you're talking about, thinking that things have a different meaning?
Feeds into delusional references. It feeds into her problems with having a stable sense of identity. That people with psychotic disorders, people with schizophrenic disorders, really struggle to feel to know the boundaries, where they end and where other people begin. It's very confusing because their thoughts are literally disordered. And so the heightened awareness could relate to this kind of not knowing the boundaries of where she ends and where other people begin, where her responsibility ends. Is it the whole world? Is it, the people? Like, all of that was very confusing to her.
Okay. And you also discussed with her what happened in November of 2020 with her daughter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then in the weeks leading up to this, what other things were going on with Miss Driver that you think are notable about, or that contributed to the decompensation of her mental state?
The black eye, when she was hit in October, that was one of the things that kind of added to decompensating. She had called her parents to get them to pick her and the baby up, but Mr. Joyce took the baby, and so she went to her parents alone and returned because she felt like she'd never see her daughter again if she didn't go back. That was really stressful. She also reported that she wasn't sleeping much at all. She was afraid to eat because she was having delusions around that bad things would happen if she ate. And again, these are those delusions of reference and the uncertainty about where she ends and where the world begins. So she had heard Mr. Joyce talking in the past about infinitely shattering if we don't all come together. Or those are the words that she told me. And I don't know what that means, but at any rate, the infinitely shattering kind of got in her head, and she started to worry that if she ate food, she was shattering the food, and that might hurt other people. So she wasn't eating, wasn't sleeping for the couple weeks leading up to December 8th. And we can survive quite a long time without food, but not sleeping will make anyone, even someone without a mental illness, if you don't sleep for long enough, you will have some psychotic symptoms. So for her not to sleep when she was already psychotic was going to make everything even worse.
Okay. So it's your opinion that also kind of exacerbated the underlying mental health issues?
Yes, yeah, and exacerbated the frequency of the delusions got more and more consistent, and they also got more and more extreme. Before it was I felt like I had to die, and then it was command hallucinations of kill yourself, and then it was, oh, well, it's not just you, your daughter's a part of you because she got your breast milk, and so you both have to die. And so she was having these command hallucinations that were getting worse and worse, that she was trying to resist.
What is a command hallucination?
A command hallucination is kind of what it sounds like. It's you hear a command telling you to do something. So because you can hear just voices, some people hallucinate voices that you can't even discern what they're saying. It's just like murmuring. You can hear, music, you can hear all kinds of things. The command hallucination is someone, you're hearing orders being given to you.
And in this particular case, what were those command hallucinations?
To kill herself and to kill her daughter.
Did she describe the frequency of how much that was occurring?
I mean, she was saying, let me see, I don't want to put words in her mouth. She was saying that they were getting worse and worse over time, and she felt I think she said all the time, but I don't think that it was 24/7, but I think it was many times a day, throughout the day.
All right, and she reported to you, well, let's talk about some of these signs or delusions of reference.
Sure.
Can you tell us what Miss Driver told you that she started associating with these command hallucinations or delusions?
Yeah, she said she started seeing signs telling her to kill herself and her daughter, telling her that she should grab a knife, telling her you need to die. Initially it was just you need to die, then it was you and Hannah need to die. And she reported anytime she saw a knife, she thought that was a sign. When people talked about death at all, she thought that was a sign that she was supposed to do that. So pretty neutral, innocuous things like cutlery on a kitchen countertop were interpreted as a sign. She heard news on the TV, a news show about a stabbing, and she felt like that was a sign that she needed to do it. And yeah, just all of these, pretty much, I think whatever would have happened around her, like her delusional mind was turning into signs for this to happen.
Did she express to you after the fact how these delusions made her feel, like, or what she need, or how she was interpreting them aside from the actual action?
Yeah, they made her feel really anxious and scared. She didn't want to hurt herself or her baby. She was feeling forced, she said, and she was really anxious, and she really wanted help.
Do you recall her telling you anything about her attempts to get help?
Yes. She said she was frequently saying that she needed help. I'm losing my mind, I need help. One particular time, on more than one occasion, she said she was afraid she was going to hurt herself or Hannah, and that she needed help, and that she was ignored or given more CBD. And one time she said she held a knife to her baby's throat in front of Mr. Joyce and the two wives, and said something like, "Why shouldn't I do this? I'm afraid I'm going to do this," or tell me why this is bad. Tell me why this is wrong. And their response was, he restrained her and told her that he was going to take her to a psych ward, and she said, "Yes, please, take me to a psych ward." And he said no, because he's against government and medication, and so no further action was taken except to give her more CBD. So she wanted help. She was afraid that these delusions were getting stronger, and she was afraid that she wasn't safe.
Okay. So leading up to December the 8th, I know that you talked about her continuing to experience these command hallucinations. Do you recall kind of how these initial delusions and delusions by reference increased over time? Do you recall her talking to you about specific visual hallucinations or additional thoughts that she was having?
Well, she was saying that everything, by the 7th and the 8th, everything was pointing to this needing to happen. And there were a lot of confusing delusions going on. There were command hallucinations about, do this, you need to do this. There were delusional beliefs of, I am sin, my daughter is sin, we need to die. There were delusions around that if that didn't happen, other people would suffer. So it wasn't just I'm bad, but that it would hurt other people. She experienced visual hallucinations. Like she said, she saw a bird cage over a woman's head. She said she saw a camera in the corner of her room that wasn't really there. And she just said she started to think, maybe she was evil. and everything she did was bad and evil. And her identity confusion was also part of this, where she identity diffusion is this psychological term. It's basically refers to like not having a strong sense of self. And with having a psychotic disorder and having borderline personality disorder, Chloe didn't have a strong sense of self. That's probably why she was vulnerable to being like taken in by Mr. Joyce in the first place. But now she's at an even worse point because she's been declining. Her mental health has been declining. She's really suicidal and psychotic. And I think it was even more confusing for her to know like where she ended and where the other people or the world began. So her idea of killing herself and killing her daughter, in her lucid moments, she saw that it was something she didn't want to do. She was scared it would happen, and really like was afraid of it. But in her delusional moments, seemed like because there wasn't a clear sense of like where she and her baby ended and where the world began, that it wasn't as it was something she needed to do that was like a good thing to do, that was like the right thing to do.
Okay.
She was very confused.
Okay. And you've previously told us that, this might not have been something that she experienced 24/7, but there's really no way to gauge the amount of time, frequency, or anything like that, correct?
There's no way to gauge it, and typically symptoms aren't like constant. And there are, I say typically, but it's hard for me even to think of people who are psychotic who I've been around, which is a lot of people, who don't have little moments of clarity or who are incapable of, goal-directed behavior. So someone might be really psychotic, but they could still, in her case, like change a diaper or, drive a car. That's not relevant to her, but I was thinking of someone else. That people can still do things and still be really psychotic.
Okay. What did she specifically tell you about December the 8th and what those delusions continued to be?
She said she was continuing to have delusions around hurting her baby and herself or killing her baby and herself, and that she was looking for reasons not to do it, but everything she saw, she interpreted it as a reason it had to happen. She thought that knives being left out was a message that it needed to happen, so she brought a knife to the room because she thought that it needed to happen. She said she believed she needed to pay for sins that she'd committed. She believed that she was, that anything that she was guilty of, she passed on to her daughter through breastfeeding. And she said that she told me she had no more will to resist after weeks of resisting.
Okay, so she continued, it's based on what she reported to you, she was continuing to kind of have those delusions of reference that were pointing her.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what she told you about when you asked her the question about her behavior that day. Do you recall what she said?
She said as soon as it happened, she regretted it, which didn't surprise me. Even as she was telling the story, she was crying a lot, and this was only a few months after it happened, and she was crying a lot and telling the story, and it also didn't surprise me because leading up to it, sometimes she thought this was something that needed to happen, and sometimes she thought, no, this is wrong. And she was so confused that she was kind of going in and out. And so after it happened, it didn't surprise me that she also at that point thought thought that it shouldn't have happened.
Is it also fair to say that that could be after having some time to reflect on everything and now being medicated, that that's how she might interpret that?
It's possible, yeah.
Okay. And let's talk about, she told you about locking the door and everything else. Can you kind of explain to us how that fits into this kind of in and out sense of what she was experiencing,
Yeah.
the confusion?
Yeah. She felt that this needed to happen and that all the signs had pointed to it needing to happen. And so when she was she had stabbed her daughter, and let's see, I don't remember if someone was knocking on the door or someone was coming, but she locked the door because she hadn't killed herself yet. So she locked the door in order to stab herself more, to make sure that she killed herself.
Okay, so by what she reported to you at that time is that her memory was that she had already stabbed herself and the child prior to locking that door?
Yes.
Okay. And can you kind of explain this in the context of, that thought process and how it fits into her following this command hallucination?
Yeah. Well, like I've said, she'd been confused because in moments of clarity, she knew that she didn't want to do this and she was scared. In moments of delusions are beliefs, right? They're false beliefs. So when you're under the impression of a delusion, you believe it to be true. So she believed that this needed to happen, and so she locked the door to help it happen.
Okay. Do you know or do you recall whether or not she had any continued suicidal ideation after she was arrested or released from the hospital?
She did continue, yes. And she reported it, but it's also really documented in the jail records and everything that she continued to feel suicidal. She'd been on suicide watch at least once, but in and out of medical in jail too. Medication had helped some, but she continues to struggle with that.
Okay. And at least those collateral sources is what I'll call them. They also kind of continue to suggest. Did they continue to suggest that she was still having these kind of delusional thought processes?
Yes. In fact, the detective records from interviewing her when she was in the hospital reflect that she was kind of in and out of. She was still psychotic, and she would kind of lapse into. I don't know if she was catatonic or if she was just sort of lapsing into, being non-responsive, and so. Yeah, there were clear signs that she was psychotic in the hospital, and in the jail, their jail records, when she was admitted, show that she was having delusions and psychotic symptoms, yeah.
Do you recall if those records kind of indicated that she still had those same delusions about the need to kill herself or believing that she was part of sin, if that was still the continued? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I know that she was suicidal. I don't recall the exact nature of the delusions, or even if they were written down in the jail records. I don't recall if it just said that she was delusional or if it said what her delusions were.
What she was communicating.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. So part of your evaluation included kind of making some sort of diagnostic impression based on the information you had, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what were you able to essentially diagnose her with based on all of the things that you reviewed in this particular case?
I diagnosed her with schizoaffective disorder, bipolar type, and also with borderline personality disorder.
Can you tell us what exactly schizoaffective disorder bipolar type is? What kind of symptoms and how it manifests?
Sure. Schizoaffective bipolar type is basically schizophrenia plus bipolar disorder. It can be diagnosed when someone has the symptoms of schizophrenia, but then they also have the mood disorder part of cyclical mood between mania and depression. The schizophrenic symptoms are hallucinations, delusions, and then the bipolar part is the mood swings and depression or mania, or both.
What were you also, you talked about borderline personality disorder. What all does that entail?
Borderline personality disorder is more of like a lifelong personality, like a personality disorder. And it's characterized by problems managing and regulating emotions and behavior. Like I talked about before, problems like feeling a stable sense of self. Relationships tend to be unstable. There tend to be rapid changes in like one's own self-image and self-identity. There can be periods of stress-related psychosis, like loss of contact with reality. And there are often risky, impulsive behavior. There's often suicide attempts or threats. And yeah, it's...
What happens typically, or what can happen with people that are diagnosed with both of these particular illnesses if they remain untreated?
Particularly with the schizoaffective with bipolar type, remaining untreated is just not advisable.
Okay.
I mean, there's no cure for it, but the way to manage it is through first off, like your first line of defense is medication. Having therapy and a good support system and all those other things, those are really important too, but without the medication, it's just going to be a real struggle for someone to stay in touch with reality.
Does having these two things exist at the same time, can that lead to any like heightened psychotic symptoms or hallucinations, or if stress is involved, can that make it more severe?
Stress can make it worse. Psychotic symptoms from schizoaffective disorder in the midst of a manic episode are like, you know, a perfect storm.
Okay. Can you can you think of any type of example that could articulate that?
Besides this case.
Besides this case, okay, that's fair. All right, let's talk about. So you were able to make those determinations regarding her diagnoses. I know that you and I have talked previously about kind of positive symptom and negative symptoms about those particular disorders. Can you tell the jury what that particular would mean?
Yeah. This is with regards to schizoaffective disorder. In schizophrenic disorders, there are symptoms called positive symptoms and symptoms called negative symptoms. And it doesn't mean positive or good and negative or bad. The positive symptoms mean there's something's there that shouldn't be there. And those are the things like having hallucination, like seeing things that aren't there, hearing things that aren't there. Those are positive symptoms because it's the presence of something abnormal that shouldn't be there. Negative symptoms, I haven't talked about as much with Ms. Driver, but those are the lack of like expressed emotion. Someone with schizophrenia, a lot of times, there's a deficit of like words or speech. There's a deficit of how expressive their face is. So they might say something really happy or really sad, but kind of with a straight face. There's just, it's an absence of expressed emotion or an absence of words. And I didn't witness it with her because she just wasn't in that, she was a little bit more hypomanic when I saw her, but I read in records periods of time when as I was reading it, it made sense of like, that is like indicative of a schizophrenic disorder where she is not talking or not moving or not showing any expression. Like that's just really consistent with, those are negative symptoms of schizophrenia. Yeah.
Okay. One of the other things I think you, aside from, taking your DSM and evaluating all of this, all of her potential symptoms in this case, what was another thing that you consider to be a crucial factor in determining what her level of functioning was?
It was the environment she was living in. If she had been struggling with these mental health symptoms, not in a cult, it wouldn't have been so destabilizing. The relationship with Mr. Joyce is really clearly like a called coercive controlling relationship, where someone uses a pattern of controlling behaviors to create a really unequal playing field in the relationship. And it makes it very difficult for someone to leave because they become dependent on that person. They might confuse whether, like, the abuse, they might be waiting for the rewarding parts of the relationship. And her relationship with him was characterized by such an extreme level of coercive control, to the extent that, she was isolated, she was indoctrinated into a belief system. And I understand that, like, religious beliefs, that's one thing, but a belief system that you deserve to get hit, you deserve to get put in a dark place for days or weeks, like, that's abuse. That's abusive. So there's this coercive control relationship between them. And then it wasn't just a relationship between them, it was basically he was functioning as a cult leader. And, impinging on the individual freedom of action of the members. In a cult, there aren't just members, there's members and there's a leader. And it's not a level playing field. So she, as her mental health deteriorated, she didn't get the help she needed. She got more abuse. She got reinforced in her delusions. She just,
What effect do you think in this particular case the extreme level of that mind control and coercive control played on Ms. Driver? You could talk about it generally speaking,
Yeah.
but how mind control affects somebody, and then we can get into.
Yeah. Mind control is like a psychological term that talks about, to explain like how cult leaders exist, where someone will attempt to distort someone's perception of the world. And it's not like a magical or mystical process. It's actually just a set of pretty well understood psychological processes for controlling people and manipulating them. It usually involves putting them in a place where they're isolated, where they have to conform, where they have to comply, where they have to identify with the group in order to get their needs met. So that was that and the context of being in a cult and the context of being in a relationship with a controlling, coercive person was just a combination of extreme mental and behavioral manipulation.
So just to be clear, so the delusions that Ms. Driver was suffering from in the days leading up to December 8th, those weren't just delusions based on these ideological or religious beliefs, correct?
Right. In fact, the delusions she was having that she was so scared of weren't anything that she was taught in this group. They were delusions. Yeah, they were just delusions that she was having.
Okay. And with respect to Ms. Driver specifically, like what overall life circumstances about her did you feel kind of made her even more vulnerable to what was going on with the mind control and everything else?
Yeah. Usually people who end up joining a cult have some kind of hunger for knowledge and guidance and leadership, and also hunger for like an ideology and for help defining their identity. It's often people who are in late adolescence and they're just struggling. That's when like we form our identities, or at least one of the formative times for our identity is late adolescence, and that is a really common age for people to join cults. So she was vulnerable in those ways before she even met him.
And how does that vulnerability play into those pre-existing mental health things that were already going on?
She already was having mental health issues. She already had trouble regulating her feelings. She had trouble with reality testing and having psychotic symptoms. And then in the cult, they became even more impaired. And they weren't, instead of getting help with it, she was, like I said, they were reinforced or they were ignored.
What were some of those things that kind of compounded all of that specifically related to Ms. Driver?
Yeah, I mean, in addition to her own mental health struggles, she, because of this group and because of him, she was dealing with extreme isolation, emotional and physical abuse. Her mental health and medical care were withheld. Her food and sleep in the weeks leading up to December 8th were affected. And then the involuntary administration of CBD instead of actual mental health treatment.
All right, so in this particular case, leading up to December 8th, after you reviewed all of these materials and everything, were you able to ascertain whether or not you believe that she was in the throes of this kind of psychotic episode and command hallucinations?
Judge, I'm going to renew my objection under 704.
I said in the events leading up to.
No objection to that.
All right. You can answer the question.
Okay, can you repeat it? Sorry.
Sure. In the events leading up to December 8th, based on everything that you reviewed, were you able to make a determination as to what kind of episode Ms. Driver was experiencing at that particular time?
Yes, not just based on my interview with her, but based on reviewing all of the different sources of information. I'm confident that she was in the throes of a very severe psychotic episode in the days leading up to December 8th.
Okay, and that's based on all the things you were just telling us about the delusions, the command hallucinations, the delusions by reference?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Lack of sleep, all of that combined?
yes. She was just incredibly delusional and confused.
Okay. And all of we've talked about several types of delusions, but all of these delusions kind of centered around the idea that she needed to kill herself.
Yes,
Okay. And I think you were talking about her kind of inability based on that time frame to distinguish where she ended and someone else began.
right.
Okay. And that kind of applied to all the things around her, correct?
Right. Yeah, she struggled with, like I said, that her identity and knowing where she ended and where like the rest of the world began.
And I think you talked about the specific, that she kind of associated, or one of those delusions included her associating breastfeeding with Hannah.
Right. Yeah. Her identity and figuring out where she ended and other people began was long-standing and something she struggled with even before she was a mother. But being bonded with her daughter made that an even more kind of ripe relationship for her to be confused about where she ended and where her daughter began, particularly like breastfeeding, because there's just this little grain of truth that they're sharing something, and that her delusions could kind of pick up and run away with, that then they were, one or blended. Yeah, it's identity, like fusion is the term.
And I think you were talking about that kind of, based on all of the resources that you had available to you, you believe that created those periods of confusion, correct?
Right.
All right. Let's talk about, after you reviewed everything, you have no reason to believe that she didn't suffer from these symptoms leading up to December 8th, correct?
Correct.
And that's not just based on Ms. Driver's self-report, correct?
Absolutely.
There were other things that you considered, including things that had been given to you through the state of Georgia, correct? Right. All right. Let's talk about, you ended up issuing an amended report in this case, correct?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall the date of that amended report?
Let me look. It's not so much an amended report as an amendment to the report, where I wanted to replace one paragraph with another paragraph. It's dated May 4th of 2022.
Okay.
So almost a year after my first report.
Okay. So you had written your first report, and in that first report you included, just like other practitioners do, that, you can revise, add to.
Right. At the end of every report, there's this paragraph that's at the end of, it's just a cut and paste thing. It says that the opinions expressed in this report are subject to modification if I get additional information, or I reserve the right to express additional opinions that I believe are consistent, if I decide it's appropriate. So it's this disclaimer that this report is everything that I know up to this point, but I reserve the right to change it if something happens. Yeah.
And can you give us some examples of some things that might happen along the way to cause you to reconsider, the findings that you might have made in an earlier report?
Yeah. In some cases, it's that new records become available, that when I read them, it changes some important aspect of my opinion, it would change my conclusions. That wasn't the case here. What happened here is I finished the report and I was just kind of going about my business, but part of my business is I talk a lot about not guilty by reason of insanity with other forensic psychologists, in consultation and stuff, and get continuing education about it. So what happened was a development in my thinking around not guilty by reason of insanity that I wanted to not reverse anything, but like tweak something.
Okay. And at any point in time prior to you issuing that report, did any member of Chloe's family or contact you and ask you to make that modification?
No.
Did anybody from my office or Mr. Kessler's office ever ask you to make any type of amendments to your report?
No, it was super out of the blue. I think I emailed you one day and was like, I need to write a little paragraph that I want to add.
Okay. Are you aware of what the dates of the other evaluations were in this particular case?
I don't remember, but they were 2023 and 2024. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's okay. But you're confident, and what's reflected on that amendment report was that yours was done May the 4th of 2022.
Yes.
Okay, so we've heard previous testimony from Dr. Garrett that hers were done after you had done that amendment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. With respect to that amendment, you wanted to describe the idea of confusion, or how that, how she resisted those delusions, correct?
Right.
Okay. And you were able, upon your reflection and everything else and totality of circumstances, you believe that there was some degree of confusion in her thought process in the days leading up to this event?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's talk about a couple of things that I assume that the state's going to try to talk to you about, so we'll talk about it first, okay?
Can I
All
not
right,
talk about the amendment anymore? Or what it was?
Well, we might come back to
Sorry,
that.
okay.
Okay, so you talked about, in this particular case, the idea about we talked about going to the kitchen and getting a knife, and to the common observer, that might appear to be something that might have been done in kind of a deliberate or planned manner. Can you explain in this particular case how you perceive, based on your evidence that you've reviewed, her delusion played into that particular action?
Yeah. She'd been experiencing these signs for weeks, and the more time went on, the more signs she saw that this needed to happen. So I think, I don't remember exactly how you phrased the question. Sorry.
No, can you just kind of explain from a psychological perspective how somebody in the throes of that particular type of command, hallucination, or delusion, how that differs, or how that action differs from somebody that might have, had a rational thought process or a deliberate intent?
Judge, I have an objection. If she's going to opine at the time and talk about delusion, that's improper under 704, so I object to that. She just wants to say in general, not the defendant in particular, I don't object to that, but she cannot give an opinion at the time regarding any delusion or the acts from delusion.
It's an act prior to the event that the state has raised.
All right, make that clear in your question.
Yes, ma'am. The act, you're familiar with the facts of this case,
Yes.
correct? And one of those facts includes the assertion that at some point after Ms. Driver went up to this bedroom, she left that room and went and got a knife.
Oh,
Hey, Judge, that's my objection, because she's asking about a specific act at the time, not prior to it, so she's coalescing two different things. I object under 704.
All right, well, we have got to recess at this time and take our lunch recess now. So that objection is sustained. And leave us your notepads. You may be in recess until 2:30. Be back upstairs here in the jury room at 2:30. Don't talk to anybody about the case or let them talk to you, and we'll see you back at 2:30. Thank you. You may resume direct examination.
All right, Dr. Ballard, before we broke for lunch, I think we were talking about stuff related to the knife in this particular case. Is it common for people in a delusional state to commit acts that people do every day?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give some examples of what that might be?
Like I was talking about earlier, someone can be in a delusional state but still change a diaper or drive a car. Yeah.
What about the breastfeeding?
Oh, yeah, breastfeed the baby.
What about walking downstairs and getting a knife?
Yeah, I mean, that's how people act out their delusional compulsions, is that they do things.
Okay. And that could be the same way about locking a door as well?
Right.
Okay.
If it's part of a delusional compulsion,
Okay.
they do it. Yeah.
All right. We've heard some evidence in this case about some Google searches and related to the time frame involved in this case. Can you explain the idea of well, we know that there were different types of searches. You're familiar with those, correct?
Right.
And that I provided those searches, internet searches to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to review those, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell me what, in your opinion, is what kind of information you can generate from those type of searches in terms of what kind of state of mind that Ms. Driver was in at the in the time leading up to these events?
I mean, we can try to infer, like the searches about bus tickets. I would infer that she was trying to escape. The searches, you need to refresh my memory, sorry, about.
Well, we know that she searched for like items like schizophrenia, how to snap a neck,
Right.
mental institutions,
Okay,
those kind of things. Are you able to make any determination as to what was in her state of mind at the time of the crime based on those previous searches?
No.
Okay. Are any of those searches necessarily indicative of anything related to what was in her mind at the time of the crime?
No.
Okay. And in your opinion, are those searches indicative, the back and forth of those type of searches, what in your mind does that highlight to you in terms of her delusion and the compulsion?
Really, all I took from those searches was it was another piece of information confirming that she was kind of in and out of being delusional and then not being delusional, or at least believing the delusions and trying to resist the delusions. And when she was trying to resist the delusions, she was searching for a psychiatric hospital because she wanted help, or searching for a bus ticket because she wanted to get away. And when she was more believing the delusions, she would search for, well, how to snap a neck. I don't even know if who that refers to, but other things that she did, like get a knife, would be like when she was believing her delusions.
We know that Ms. Driver made several statements to law enforcement and to treating personnel at the Kennestone Hospital after the alleged incident. Some of those statements include, how long is my prison sentence, and discussions about her just wanting to be with Mr. Ben Michael with her child. Are any of those statements indicative one way or another as it pertains to her state of mind at the time of the crime?
No, this was after the fact when she was in the hospital. Still psychotic on pain meds, knowing she had just killed her daughter, feeling suicidal. Also, the statement about just wanting to be with him and their daughter was like one phrase in a whole long statement, and when you put it in the context, like that was not the whole point of that whole statement. She was talking about being abused and things were better when there was a smaller group, and yeah, so.
But based on that, from a psychological perspective, you can't make any determinations as to what was in her mind at the time of the crime based on statements she made after the fact.
No, I think if anything, it again shows that her state of mind was fluctuating, and I think it's misguided to presume that anything she said a day later or several days later or something is stable, and that she was always thinking that way. She was all over the map.
And I believe it was your testimony today that based on the information you received, including jail records and collateral resources, that those delusions continued months after the offense in this case, correct?
Yeah, she was still having delusions when I met with her.
We've also heard testimony in this case about hundreds of phone calls to Mr. Ben Michael after she was incarcerated. Can you tell us well, first you reviewed some of those phone calls, correct?
I did, not all of them. There were too many, but it's several
correct.
of them.
And how do you explain, from a psychological standpoint, this continued contact in the nature with respect to Chloe Driver?
I explained it in the context that we talked about earlier about trauma bonding, about a cycle of abuse, feeling very connected to him. She'd been with him since she was 17. She had a baby with him. Also, she'd been very controlled by him, so she was used to submitting to him. So it would have been more surprising if she had just poof, not wanted anything to do with him. That seems like, to someone who's not connected to someone that way, it seems like a no-brainer that she should have just wanted to run as far away from him as possible. But when you're in an abusive relationship like that, it often takes many attempts to get away.
Okay. And what were some of the concerns that you had with respect to the nature of the relationship based on the calls that you listened to?
How extremely controlling he was one concern. For example,
Objection, hearsay.
We've already stipulated to the foundation of the jail calls.
Still hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't know where you're going with this. Y'all obviously know.
I think she's about to say what someone else who's not here to testify said on a phone call. She can't offer her statement because it's party opponent admission rule under 802.
These statements go directly to the state of mind. The state's arguing that continued contact is a way to counter any defense that we may have in this particular state. And they factored into Dr. Ballard's analysis of this particular relationship in formulating her opinion.
I don't object to the defendant's statement, but not the other person's statement.
All right. I'm sorry?
It goes to our client's state of mind in terms of how those statements affected her.
All right. I'm going to ask that y'all return to the jury room for a few minutes while we take up a matter that we cannot take up in your presence. Don't talk about the case, and we will call you back in as soon as we can. There are, obviously, there's been testimony about the number of phone calls that Ms. Driver had with Mr. Ben Michael. Are we talking about the substance of those calls now? Is that where we're going?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are we talking about any other calls to any other individual?
No.
No.
And Judge, Ms. Trustway told me which one she's going. I don't object to those particulars as long as she doesn't go into great detail.
I think it will be limited in what he is saying. The point of the question is to affect, basically it's to be what he is telling her to do and how she is responding to that during those jail phone calls. Particularly, just to bring us back to a topic we had last week, he tells her about drinking her own urine in the jail, and for which he ultimately gets her to say that she will do it. Things like that he is telling her to do in those jail calls that she is responding to. It goes to the level of his control over her while she's still in the jail.
Additionally, making her refer to him as daddy and acknowledge in those phone calls in response to things he requests that she do, that I do, daddy, I do.
Okay, let me understand the state's position. Mr. Fogus, you said you didn't have an objection to either of those two?
As long as it's those two and not other calls, no objection, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I wasn't done yet.
I apologize.
It's okay. The context of the calls where he's directing her to make phone calls to other individuals to ask to obtain the money that is in question.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay.
Question about the money.
About the money.
The money back.
Benyamin directing her to contact her parents.
Don't object.
Okay. And
Just as long as we're not going down in more detail than just that topic. Okay, no objection.
one more.
Okay.
Him directing Chloe to be clear about not adopting or accepting any angle or strategy that involves the idea that I was manipulating you. He was talking about Chloe's defense.
Say that again?
He directed Chloe to be clear that she was not adopting or accepting any angle or strategy in this case that involves the idea that I was manipulating you. You're not going that route. Be simpler and clearer and tell them it was ideas terrorizing your brain caused a psychotic break.
No objection, Judge. It's just these topics we're talking about.
Yes,
Those four topics, you're not introducing the calls.
No.
You're just asking this witness about them. They were provided to her as a basis for her,
Evaluate
some part of her evaluation. All right. Anything else before we bring the jury back in?
No, Judge.
All right, let's bring him in.
For the rest of her question.
I'd like to.
All right, thank you. You can resume.
All right, Dr. Ballard, before we took that brief break, we were talking about part of your review in this case involved you reviewing and listening to several phone calls, correct?
Yes.
All right. In this case, we already know that there were hundreds of phone calls. I think you indicated you have not listened to all of them, correct?
Right.
All right, but can you talk about and tell the jury about some of the content of the calls that you listened to and what your concerns were related to those?
Sure. one of the calls I listened to, the content was he was instructing, she was in jail, and he was instructing her to drink her own urine while she was in jail. And that if she felt embarrassed to do this in front of her cellmate, that she should tell her cellmate that her naturopathic doctor told her she needs to drink it or else she'll get sick. And he was saying things like, you need to do this, you can't fight me on this, you need to do this, do you understand? And she was resistant, and when he was resistant, he said, I was expecting the answer, I do, Daddy, I do. And they kind of went back and forth until she finally said, I do, Daddy, and he said, that's better, or good job, or something like that. And to me, this just reflects how controlling he was and the amount of control he had over her.
Go ahead.
And the idea that the only acceptable answer is to completely agree with whatever it is he's saying.
Okay. And there were also discussions about money, correct?
Yeah, he told her also to get, it was a big sum, $60,000 from a loan he'd made her take out, and that she needed to tell her parents to give him that money. And she said, what are you going to use the money for? And he said, why are you questioning me? And she said, because I can know what you want to do with my money. And he said, no. He said, why are you asking me that question? Are you doubting me? She said, I'm starting to doubt you because this, was a few months into jail. And he went on a long tirade that I didn't document in full, but basically he called her dumb, told her not to talk to her mom anymore, said every time you talk to your mom you get pear-shaped and stupid. She at one point tried to interrupt and said, and he said, no, there's nothing else, it's you need to change.
Okay. And there were several more phone calls that you listened to regarding that.
Yeah, at one point he told her, it's a little ironic because he told her that under no circumstances was she to represent him as being controlling or manipulative to anyone. They were talking about her defense, and I don't remember his exact words, and I didn't put them in my report, but it was basically you will not, represent me that way. You will not do that. And it's like him controlling her to say that he's not controlling. Yeah.
You would agree with me based on some of the other phone calls that you listened to that that he was also kind and sweet to her and that kind of thing.
Yeah, even in these same phone calls, when she was completely agreeing with him, she would get very reinforced for that. Or sometimes a phone call would start out just kind of like any relationship, hi sweetie, I miss you, how are you? But the second that she would not be 100% compliant, then there'd be pressure and control until she was compliant again. And then once she was compliant again, he would say really warm, nice things. Or if she'd share something, he'd say, oh, that really makes me happy that you got to, she shared a book she read. And so that makes you really happy that you enjoyed that book. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. He knew how to be kind.
Okay. Did you find it? Were you surprised that after she was incarcerated that she continued this contact with him?
No, it's pretty typical in an abusive relationship and in a cult, and so certainly in both, that it's not just a quick separation, that there's a continued connection.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that a jail is not a therapeutic environment, correct?
It is not.
Okay. And that, to the best of your knowledge, the only thing that Ms. Driver was receiving during her incarceration was medication, correct?
Medication, and what they call counseling is short, every few weeks, short little visits, pretty much basically to make sure people aren't suicidal. So it's not the kind of counseling that will bring about therapeutic change. It's just to
And based on your
see who
profession,
needs to go to, sorry,
no, that's okay.
to
Go
see
ahead.
if anyone needs to go to Suicide Watch.
Okay, based on your professional experience, it didn't surprise you one way or another that she was still communicating with Mr. Ben Michael.
No,
All right, and that you would agree with me that just strictly putting her on medication and not providing the additional therapy or anything else is part of the reason why this continued?
I think so, yeah. In my professional opinion, she would need a lot more treatment to get past this relationship.
So just removing the physical nature of that relationship doesn't necessarily break that bond, is what I'm hearing.
Right.
Okay. Based on your interviews with Chloe and any of your collateral sources, was it clear to you that Chloe loved her child?
Yes.
Okay. What did she express to you that she never wanted to hurt her child?
Yes.
Okay. And that was also kind of corroborated by the additional information that you had to consider in this particular case, correct?
Yes, there wasn't any information that suggested that she ever wanted to hurt her child.
Okay. And you also had the opportunity to watch Dr. Garrett's testimony, correct?
I did.
You had also been given both of her reports that she had done subsequent to yours, correct?
Yes.
All right. You essentially would agree with me that both of you diagnosed her with the same type of disorders, correct?
We did.
Okay, minus the cannabis use one.
Right.
Okay. And, you know, you were able to, you would agree with her when she said that there's, you know, the difference between crazy, mentally ill, and insane, correct?
Right.
All right. Is there anything about Dr. Garrett's reports that you take issue with?
We were pretty much on the same page that Ms. Driver was severely mentally ill and delusional. Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about, going back to that briefly. You've told us that a delusion is a fixed false belief.
Yeah.
Okay, and that it is a fixed false belief that is just not true.
It's not true, and yet someone believes it is true the way that I believe I'm sitting here right now. Yeah.
Okay. And the delusional compulsion is when someone acts upon that false belief, correct?
Right.
Okay. And when someone is acting upon that delusion or false belief, is it because they believe it to be true?
Yes.
Okay. Are they acting on that delusional belief because it is the right thing to do in their mind?
Yeah, in their mind it's true the same way that I believe it's true that when you ask me a question I should answer it here and you guys will hear what I say. Like that, it's that, so that's the right thing for me to do right now, and so I'm doing it. That's acting on a delusional compulsion. It's just doing what you perceive to be true and right.
So the person acting under delusion believes in their mind that that false thing not only is true, but it's the right thing to do in their mind.
Right.
Okay. Is it, if someone believes that this false idea or delusion is true, is it possible that they may not understand that that's right or wrong?
Not just possible, but that's kind of the nature of a delusion, is that they believe it to be true. So if I believe it to be true and right, I don't think it's wrong.
Okay.
If my delusion clears up later, I might see it differently. But in the throes of the delusion, which is the belief, I believe it to be right. Yeah.
In this particular case, you have testified, along with Dr. Garrett, that Ms. Driver suffered from these delusions not only in her adolescence, but that they were present in the time leading up to December the 8th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you'd agree with me that those delusions, by her report and what the resources that you reviewed, indicated that those delusions got worse.
Yes.
Okay.
Particularly the fall of 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what Was the lack of medication and treatment over time what kind of exacerbated those delusions, those thoughts and those compulsions?
I mean, part of it is lack of treatment. Treatment would have helped. Part of it was she was living in a really stressful, abusive environment. That would make her mental health decline.
Okay. And, you know, over time, based on your review of all the materials, it became clear to you that she resisted those delusions, correct?
Right.
And those compulsions?
Yes, she was scared of them and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to like differentiate them from reality unless she got help. So she was trying to get help because she was really afraid about these thoughts she was having that sometimes she believed were true.
May I have a moment? I don't have any further questions at this time, Dr. Ballard. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is court counsel. Good afternoon, doctor. How are you?
Hi. Well, thanks. How are you?
Good. Did you have a good lunch?
Thanks. Yeah, I did.
Who'd you go to lunch with?
Myself.
Did you talk to defense counsel during the break?
I did.
Did y'all talk about your testimony?
Say again?
Did you talk to defense counsel?
During lunch?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Did y'all talk about your testimony, what you were saying, what you're going to say?
A little bit, yeah.
What'd y'all talk about?
Talked about in the course of my career as a forensic psychologist, these not guilty by reason of insanity trials I refer to, or we psychologists refer to as mental status at the time of the offense cases. And I was talking about how I'm like not supposed to talk about my opinion on
That's right. There's a rule of
mental
evidence
status
says you
at the
can't
time.
talk about, so not asking you about that.
Right, I know. But I was talking about how that rule of evidence wasn't always the case. So I need to,
You have to change styles a little bit, right?
yes,
Okay.
yes. Because I'm so used to just talking about that. And so now I'm like trying to choose my words and not, you know.
That's true. I'm sorry, you did go to lunch with them or you didn't?
No, I got lunch on my own and then I talked to them after I ate.
Well, doctor, what I'd like to do is, you have a long conversation with Ms. Trethewey and Mr. Kessler, and just for the record, these are exceptional attorneys. They're also nice people, right?
I think so,
yes?
yeah.
I mean, they're
Yeah.
not mean to you or anything like that, are they?
No,
I mean, they're reasonable,
they're
right?
professionals. Yeah.
Absolutely. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to reason with you and talk through some of the things that you didn't say or didn't highlight when it came to the evaluation of the defendant. You think that's fair?
Sure.
Will you agree with me that when you're in a courtroom setting, that there are sides?
Yes.
You agree that I'm biased?
Well, you have a job to do as an attorney.
Right, I'm an advocate, right?
Yeah,
So I represent a side, right?
yeah.
I mean, you can understand that if I can get after it or ask questions, they're designed because Hannah, the victim in the case, is kind of who I represent in many ways. You understand that's just kind of normal, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it is, yeah. Courtroom process is adversarial, but experts don't have sides, we're not advocates. Like what I advocate for is my
Doctor,
opinion.
there's not a question in front of you for that. It wasn't a question from her, she's just getting a narrative.
All right, rephrase.
Doctor, my question is, yes or no, you understand that there are sides to this, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you want to give explanations, that's fair, and the defense can redirect you. My questions are really designed, so if I ask a question, and just try to stay within that, is that okay?
As long as I feel like I can honestly answer the question with a yes or no.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And you agree that the defense, they have a side, is that right?
correct.
And they represent the defendant in this
Yes.
case, right?
Yes,
And you agree that the court is neutral in the sense that the chief judge controls the courtroom, right?
yes,
And you agree that the jury is separate from all of us and they are supposed to be objective and just base their decision on the facts and the evidence, is that right?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And you agree with me that when we have witnesses, oftentimes those witnesses are kind of entitled the state's witness, right?
I'm sorry, say it again.
The state can have witnesses and they're
Oh.
usually kind of entitled or named state's witnesses, correct?
Yes,
And the defense can have witnesses, and they're entitled or named defense witnesses,
Yes.
right? And sometimes you can have experts that are third-party neutral. They're not the state's witness, they're not the defense witness, they're kind of more of neutral, staying out. The court may say, I'm going to get a third-party witness, expert to come in and testify. So there's party witnesses, and then there's kind of more of the neutral, objective witnesses, right?
Well, like, yes, although, again, I feel like it's misrepresenting witnesses as advocates. Like, if an expert witness is hired by one side or the other, you're representing as if that would change their opinion.
Okay.
And that's not how we operate.
But you agree you're being paid through the defense, right?
Well, although I'm being paid through the defense, I'm being paid for my time, not for my opinion. And if my opinion had been something that benefited you all, then I'd probably be paid for my time by you. So.
I'm sorry. My question is, you're being paid by the defense, yes or no?
Yes, this is my job.
I think I want to go back and start by talking about some of your background. Have you heard the term or the concept worldview?
Of course.
Of course, a worldview is a view that people kind of hold through their education, their upbringing, their life experiences, how they view the world, right?
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And another way to say it, whether it's in psychology, philosophy, or the law, sometimes we talk about that they have presuppositions, right?
Yes.
And you agree with me that oftentimes, whether it's in a courtroom or in a clinical session, it's important to know the person's worldview or presuppositions, or just kind of how they view the world, right?
I don't know, because I haven't really noticed people's worldviews being talked about in court.
But their culture is important, right?
I mean, our cultures are important, but again, I haven't really heard them talked about in court.
And in psychology, culture is something that you have to pay attention to or know something about, correct?
Yes,
And I know you live in North Carolina now,
I do.
and do you practice there in North Carolina?
I do.
And where are you from originally?
I was born and raised in Los Angeles.
And where'd you graduate from high school? In Los Angeles?
Yes.
And after you graduated from high school, I think you would consider yourself a creative person.
Yes,
Are you familiar with Myers-Briggs?
I am.
Personality types and things
Yeah.
like that? And do you know what type of personality you are?
I do, although I have to say the Myers-Briggs is not like a standardized psychological
I'm not
test.
asking that, I'm
It's
just
pop
asking.
psychology.
Are you familiar with it?
Yeah,
Okay, what type are you?
INFJ.
Okay, and let's say someone can be intuitive, is that right?
I think I is introverted.
Right, intuitive's down the road a little bit, right?
I don't
Feelings,
remember what they
intuitive, things
stand
like that.
for. I took it like 30 years ago.
Sure.
Yeah.
But some people are more of a feeler, is that correct? Generally speaking, I'm not saying
yeah.
psychologically speaking.
Yeah.
Some people are more of a thinker, right?
Yeah. I believe I was like, actually, I'm both.
Right, so an engineer may be a thinker, just like systems and things like that, right?
Yeah.
Someone that's in sociology, psychology, oftentimes people go into those type of work because they feel for people or they have the concern or compassion. Is that true?
That can be someone's motivation.
Now, according to the website ballardphd.com, your superpower is thrifting. Is that right?
That's a website that doesn't have anything to do with my therapy practice or my forensic practice. Yeah, I love to thrift shop.
Okay, my question, doctor, was according to that website, your superpower is thrifting, correct?
Yes.
And also according to that website, you're addicted to coffee and salad. Is that right?
Yes, I just had a salad for lunch.
And also your creative obsession is surface pattern design, right?
Yes.
And you, when asked to choose between the forest or the woods and the beach, you prefer the forest, correct?
Yes.
Even though you grew up close to the beach, is that right?
Yes. Does that make this
And
matter?
then on sessionsync.com, you listed that you were a drummer in a post-punk band. Is that right?
I don't know what session sync is, but I was a drummer in several post-punk bands.
A cellist at one point,
Still am.
and floral designer at another point.
Did the weddings for both my stepdaughters.
You were a painter,
I still paint.
knitter,
Still knit.
jewelry maker.
Yeah, on and off.
mixed media art.
Still do that.
And you do have an online presence to some degree, don't you?
A little bit.
You have a little bit of tech savvy.
Well, I hire someone for that.
Now, in your undergraduate degree in studies, you went to school in Los Angeles, is that right?
Yes.
Occidental College, is that correct?
Yes.
It was 1990 that you graduated?
Yes.
And you had a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science, is that
Yes.
right? Not psychology, not business, but political science, right?
Yes.
Is that something that interested you at the time?
Yeah, at the time I wasn't sure if I wanted to go to law school or clinical psychology.
I would recommend not going to law school. So.
I don't know. You haven't been in my shoes.
During your undergraduate degree, now most people that have gone to college, the undergraduate is kind of not as focused as maybe grad school or doctorate level studies. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Did you study any of the Greek philosophers like Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Alexander the Great? Did you study any of those?
Probably. I don't remember.
But not fair to say, not much.
Not much.
Political philosophers like John Marx, John Stuart Mills, Karl Marx.
Yes.
Because that's more of the political science side.
Yes.
How about the existential philosophers like Nietzsche, Heidegger, Sartre?
I had a class on existentialism.
Okay, but
One
not much,
class.
right?
Yeah.
How about the religious philosophy? Francis Bacon, Immanuel Kant, Soren Kierkegaard.
I'm sure they were covered in some courses, but I mean, I didn't study them in depth. I'm no specialist.
Would it be an accurate statement to say that out of all the philosophy, it was not the religious philosophies you studied?
Yes.
No study in world religions really in undergraduate?
Right.
No studies in comparative religions in undergraduate?
Right.
No really study of theology or anything like that?
Right.
No studies in the cults or occults?
No.
There's a term in theology when you look at world religions, when you look at different religions or makeups of different religions, it's called syncretism. Are you familiar with the term syncretism?
I am not.
Are you familiar with the word just to synchronize or to...
Yes.
And based on your knowledge and training and education, just your world experience, syncretism, that could be something where people take certain things from different religions and kind of amalgamate them or put them into a belief system?
I don't know.
And that's because you haven't really studied religion much in your career, right?
I'm not familiar with that word.
But how about in graduate school? Really same level, not really studying any of these philosophies or religion or anything like that?
That wasn't part of clinical psychology.
Okay. Same thing in your doctorate degree in 1999. During that time, you really focused on psychology or things like that?
Yes.
Did you get any specialty or certificates for psychology while you were at school, in graduate school, your doctorate degree?
Besides my degree?
Yes, ma'am. You can get certificates or specializations in psychology, right?
Oh, you can now. When I was in school in the 90s, forensic psychology was only a postdoctoral specialty. There weren't even courses, let alone whole programs in it. It was something you had to study after your doctorate. So, no, I didn't get any certificates. I don't remember any even being available.
But since you graduated, there have been certain things or specialties or certificates you could obtain in psychology. Is that fair?
Well, I mean, by then I had already graduated, so I didn't.
Let me repeat my question.
need it.
Since you graduated, if you had chosen to, you could have got a specialty or certificate in psychology, correct?
I don't even understand what you mean by certificate. I mean, there are all kinds of certificates you can pay money to get, or take a continuing education class and get a certificate. So, I mean, I probably have gotten some of those from continuing education classes. I have no idea.
What is the ABPP?
Oh, okay. I think I get what you're talking about now.
I think you do.
It's not a certificate. The American Board of Professional Psychology is an organization. They're probably a nonprofit. I don't know. And they grant, it's called a board certification. That's what it's called. So you can be board certified in forensic psychology, and it's not required. In fact, Dr. Garrett isn't. My husband is, but I'm not. So.
All right, here's my question.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm going to try to ask.
I am
some-
familiar with ABPP. That was your question, right?
Yes, that was my question.
Yes, I'm familiar with them.
All right, the ABPP is a professional organization that actually you can go through and get either more training or recognition as a more specialist in forensic psychology, correct?
Correct.
In other words, isn't it true that if you have psychologists that deal with clinical or counseling, but if you really want to specialize, you can and have the ability to get more study and training to specifically focus on forensic psychology?
That I have done.
But you don't have a certificate from them or anything like that, correct?
Besides the board certification, they don't offer certificates for their courses.
Okay. Do you have the board certification?
No.
So you don't put your name, like after your initials, you put your PhD, but you do not put ABPP, correct?
Correct.
That's because if you get the ABPP certification, it's more of a title that you can show that you have either more training or maybe more experience, right?
It's kind of a feather in your cap. Yeah.
I mean, you're not downplaying. It is a significant thing you can do to actually.
Oh, yeah. Like when my husband got it, we totally celebrated. Yeah.
And forensic psychology, if you took the genus or if you took the overall category of psychology, just the big box up here, you got psychology, and then you've got some tracks where people are clinical psychologists and they do more of the counseling or the clinical side, right?
Yes.
And then you've got some that can go and do more of the forensic side where it's applied more so in courts.
Actually, that's not accurate. Only clinical psychologists can be forensic psychologists. So if you've got psychologists, and then some are clinical psychologists and some are experimental, and then under clinical psychologists, you can do forensic psychology, you can do therapy, you can do assessment. So all forensic psychologists are by definition clinical psychologists because you have to have a license in clinical psychology to practice forensic psychology. Forensic is a subspecialty.
All right. So you would agree that psychology or clinical psychology is different, whatever degree you call it, is different than forensic psychology?
Forensic psychology is a subset of clinical psychology. So they're different in that all forensic psychologists are clinical psychologists, but not all clinical psychologists are forensic psychologists.
And if somebody was not a forensic psychologist, they did not operate under understanding the laws of Georgia as applied to psychology, as applied to mental issues in criminal cases. That person that doesn't deal with that or have any experience with that, they are not the ones that usually do that. They're usually doing something like counseling or clinical, correct?
Right.
Doctor, going through, I've got your CV, looked at that, but when you go through that, I want to begin with talking about some of your professional background. In Georgia, the last place you worked at, what was the name of that, firm or entity?
Forensic Specialty Group.
And when you work there on your letterhead that you actually, for your report, it actually has about 4 people listed on the top of the letterhead. Is that right?
6.
Okay, now, in the
I don't know if
report
we
I
have
have,
different
how many do you have at the top?
I've got 6 names.
Okay. Is Kevin Richards one?
Yes.
He has a PhD, is that right?
Yes.
And then after his initials, he is certified or recognized by the ABPP, correct?
Yes.
And then I think Christina Gleiser, a PhD, and also recognized by ABPP, is that right?
Yes.
And then you're on there, is that correct?
Yes.
And you have your PhD, is that right?
Yes.
And then this is a firm that did a lot of forensic psychology, is that correct?
It's all they do.
Okay, they're specialized in that, right?
Yes.
And they're so specialized that that's kind of really limited to their expertise, is that right?
No, in fact, Kevin Richards has done therapy and forensic psychology, and then he owns the practice, and then the other people, including me, are contractors, and because we're contractors and not employees, we're required to have other work, and so one person's other work is doing therapy with adolescents, one person's other work is doing risk assessments. I mean, we do all kinds of things. But in forensic specialty group, we only do forensic psychology.
Okay. And if there was a box, and that box was forensic psychology, everybody in that firm is doing forensic psychology, right?
When they're doing a case assigned to them by FSG, yes.
Right. Now, at the firm, they would do things like types of evaluations, competency to stand trial, correct?
Yes.
Competency to waive rights under Miranda, right? Criminal responsibility or mental state at the time of offense, right?
Yes.
Transfer of juvenile defendants to or from adult court, right?
Yes.
Diminished capacity or diminished responsibility or mitigation, correct?
Yes.
Sentencing, including aggravation and mitigation in cases.
Yes.
Psychosexual evaluations or sexual violence risk assessments, right?
Yes.
Violence risk assessments, correct?
Yes.
Parenting, fitness capacity, and child protection cases, right?
Yes.
These are things not only that they do, but they advertise. These are the service that they can provide when it comes to evaluations. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, how many of you, for you when you worked there, how many of those type of things did you do for an attorney?
There were several things on the list you just read that I don't do.
Okay.
Sexual violence risk assessments I don't do. I can't remember. There are a few. I did most but not all of those things. And that's generally true for forensic psychologists. They're just not trained, or they don't want to do like every single thing.
Now, those things that I just listed there, how many of those did you do? I'm going to talk about you. How many of those did you do? And those were for a criminal attorney and a civil attorney.
All of the things you listed were all criminal.
Okay.
And
So-
the things I did for civil attorneys weren't on that list.
Okay, so the things that I just list that are advertised, you agree with me that most of those are done for a criminal attorney.
Yes.
And how many of those were done for, say, a private attorney versus a public, like a government attorney? Out of the ones that you've done?
Do you mean public defense versus private attorney, or?
Right, so private attorneys, out of all the things that you've done that we've talked about, that you've
Yeah.
done for criminal attorneys, how many of those that you've done were for private attorneys?
I don't know. We got a healthy mix of public defense offices sending us cases and private attorneys sending us. I don't know. I think it trended a little bit more towards the public defense office, but I honestly don't know.
And by public defense, you mean like a public defender or indigent defense, someone that's on the defense side, right?
Yes.
Okay. It would be that side of the courtroom, not the prosecutor side of the courtroom.
Right.
Now, how many of those that we talked about that you've done for a prosecutor?
Well, like I talked about earlier, none, because the prosecutors don't call us because they use the DB. I'm sorry. The
department.
Yeah, they use the
Health.
department. Yeah. So prosecutors just don't call the group practice, and that's how it was in Oregon too. Like prosecutors they use the state psychologists.
Do you understand in the state of Georgia that prosecutors actually can use private experts?
Yes, and I had forgotten that because I hadn't ever gotten any until my husband reminded me just the other day. And he said, oh, no, they can, but they tend to call the same couple people. It's never us. So we can't control who calls us.
On a whole, you agree with me that the majority of your evaluations that you've done as you worked at this firm would be for criminal defense attorneys.
Right.
All right, let's talk about the types of expert consultation that your firm did. They could do things like research and prepare briefs regarding psychological issues,
Yes.
assist with cross-examination of expert witnesses is on the website.
That wasn't ever anything that I did. That is more something that Dr. Richards and well, on here it says Dixon, but her name's different now, that they do in military courts.
And-
It's not something I've ever done.
And fair to say that your colleagues there at the firm that you work for, that those would be helping the defense prepare to cross-examine a government expert, right?
No, they get hired equally in the military on both sides.
Do you know the percentage of which would be for the defense and which would be for the government?
I don't, but since my husband does those, sorry, my husband is Dr. Richards, so just so I'm talking about the same person. I could flip a coin. I don't know. It's like defense or prosecution. I don't. It's both. It's all the time.
Sure, but
Yeah.
you agree your he's not an expert in this case or relevant to this case?
No,
right?
I'm just saying that the people at Forensic Specialty Group who do consulting on cross-examination work for the defense and the prosecution. I'll stop talking about
Now, most of the income that you made at that firm and the firm made, a lot of that significant portion of that would have come from defense attorneys, is that right?
Yes.
And as you've gone through your career, I noticed that in your CV that you worked in places like Portland, Oregon, is that right?
Yes.
And you did that and you would do things in mitigation of sentence, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, actually on your CV you have mitigation of sentence, is that right?
Yes.
And that mitigation is to take a defendant that's being sentenced and trying to show mitigation or lesser reason they should be punished and should be punished less severe, correct?
Well, that's the attorney's goal. Yes.
I mean, that's what mitigation means, right?
Well, mitigating factors probably mean something a little bit different to me as a psychologist.
Fair to say you're not testifying on the side of the prosecution in mitigation, right?
In civil cases, I might have, but I don't remember.
Right. Prosecution's not in civil cases, we're in criminal, correct?
Oh, I mean plaintiff and defense, yeah. But for prosecution, no. They didn't hire me.
Let me talk to you about your professional training and presentations. In your CV, you listed some training. You did 2023 consultation testifying cases with child victims, is that right?
Yes.
And was that by any certain organization?
I don't know. If it's on my CV? It's probably the AAFP, which is run by the ABPP, which you were asking me about. Yeah.
2019 ethics and multiple relationships, is that right?
If it's on my CV, then yeah. I don't
2019 forensic evaluation in disability matters.
Like I said, I don't have my CV memorized, so if it's on there, then sure.
If I'm going off your CV, would you have any reason to doubt that I've
No.
misrepresented it?
No.
2019 recreational drug use in forensic settings, correct?
Okay.
2016 providing psychological consultations in homicides.
Okay.
These are from yours. These are the ones that you put down. Or
Okay.
was that for a prosecution or defense in those?
Either. If it says consultation, what does it say again?
Providing psychological consultation in homicides?
Yeah, that would just be consulting about homicides. They don't teach it to either side.
2013, you did malingering forensic psychological evaluations. Familiar with that one?
If it's on my CV, again. Yeah.
Now, in some of your presentations, you did a 2014 presentation in cross-examination of a psychological testimony. Did you teach that? Did you present that?
Oh, I gave a 1-hour talk on that.
Okay, was that to defense attorneys?
No, it was to civil attorneys.
Plaintiff's attorneys.
It was to plaintiff's attorneys.
And plaintiff's attorneys are people that sue people for money and things like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you familiar with oftentimes defense attorneys also are plaintiff's attorneys?
I don't know.
But in that, you gave a presentation on, I guess, how to handle cross-examinations.
Yes.
Kind of, this is what to expect and this is what you should do or how you should answer questions type thing?
Yes, crafting questions that will make sense to us.
And then you've done other things. You've done other presentations. But my question when it comes to training and presentations, is it fair to say that your audience have not been police officers or anything like that?
I'm trying to think if I gave any presentations to law enforcement. The reason why I'm having trouble remembering is because I did do some public safety stuff with a colleague of mine, but I don't think that I gave presentations.
Set that one aside if it's just one time.
It wasn't just one time, but it was like, I don't even know if it's how relevant. I had a colleague in police and public safety, and
Here's my
okay.
question. Your training and teaching presentations that you do, they're not to things like the victims and the family of the victims, or victim advocates, or prosecutors, or police officers, or investigators, things like that. Is that fair to say?
I think so. I'm not positive, but I think so.
Now, sometimes I like on cross-examination with experts, I like to ask them, you got your phone with you today?
No.
You have your laptop or your phone wherever it's at. If I were to ask you if you would have more contacts in your phone or your computer, your contact, would there be more defense-oriented contacts and, say, prosecutor contacts?
It's hard to say. I haven't had any forensic referrals in a couple of years. So right now, there aren't a whole lot of attorneys on my contact list.
I want to now turn to another topic, testifying as an expert. What are the total, I need specifics. What's the total number of times in your career that you've testified as an expert?
I don't know exactly. I know it's dozens.
What does dozens mean? Are you saying 24 or more than that?
No, more than that.
Okay.
Less than 100? I have not been keeping track. Yeah.
Doctor, I assume every time you testify for an expert, you got paid. Is that right?
Yes.
So there has to be a log of something where you would keep a detailed record of how many times you have testified as an expert. Would that be fair?
Well, there'd be an invoice, but there's also invoices for evaluations and reports. So I mean,
is it closer to 50 or closer to 100?
Give me a minute, because I'm going to do some averages in my head. Closer to 100.
All right. And has there ever been a time when you have not been qualified, where a court has said you're not qualified as an expert?
No.
Tell me the number of times in the last 5 years that you've testified in court, not at a deposition, not at a hearing, but at a jury trial, that you've testified as an expert and a judge has certified you, deemed you an expert.
In the past 5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me think. Maybe 8.
And how many of those were criminal?
All of them.
And where were those at?
Georgia. In different counties, I don't remember.
And how many of those were murder cases?
Not all of them. Not even most of them. I don't know if any of them were. I don't remember.
And how many of those were during the guilt stage, not sentencing, but the actual guilt?
I don't recall.
How many times have you been deemed an expert in forensic, not psychology generally, not general psychology or testifying about counseling, but forensic psychology in the last 5 years?
All those times.
And all those times that you've been called, were you called by a defense attorney?
Yes.
Now I want to talk about your focus, that's your standard focus. I think you left practice in 2021 from here in Georgia, is that right?
I think that at the end of 2021 is when I stopped taking new referrals.
And towards the end of the year of 2021?
Yes.
After you did your evaluation, your meetings in this case?
Yes.
All right, now since then, you've got on several websites, you have, is it fair to say that you're now online therapy for creatives who are overwhelmed, anxious, and depressed? Is that your focus now?
Yeah, that's my therapy practice.
And your specialties, as you advertise or is talked about online, is it accurate to say that you work with creative professionals and artists who are burning themselves out, and that you're accepting, warm, and perceptive?
Those are words from my website.
Now, on your website, specifically ballardphd.com, there's, under the personal view tab, do you remember saying that many therapists thinks it's not okay to share their personal views, but that's just not me?
Yes.
And then you go on to say, you give your personal views, and one of the things you say is, I am a defender of social justice. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And then you also talked about in that same where you're giving your personal views, that your personal work recognizing my own privilege and working through, quote, my own latent biases is challenging, lifelong, and humbling.
That is something that, yes,
And so you agree that everyone has a bias in some way or degree.
we all do.
Now, you also say on that website, I believe, as a therapist, I pay attention to the impact of systemic injustice. Is that something you pay attention to?
As a therapist, yes.
Now, some of you advertise that some of your things that you expertise are things like burnout, grief, life transitions, mood disorders, relationship issues, self-esteem, trauma and post-traumatic stress issues, PTSD, women's issues, open relationships, non-monogamy. Those are some of your expertise that you advertise, right?
That isn't on my website. That sounds like something from a therapist directory.
Okay. Are those things that you do focus on?
Those are referrals I would take that I can work with, but it's not something that I would advertise on my website because that's a lot. Yeah.
Is it objective to say that one of your specialties now is not forensic psychology?
Well, in my therapy practice, it's not. That would be inappropriate.
And I think you testified on direct that you're no longer really doing forensic psychology, except I think you said here today.
From the cases I took through to 2021, once all those close out, I won't have any open forensic cases. I still am doing continuing education because I'm taking a break, but I'm not sure, when I'll want to start taking more evaluations on.
Doctor, I want to move to a different topic now. I want to talk about your knowledge or your worldview of what you understand, whatever concept term you want to give it, about the what you call the cult that the defendant was in. And I'm not going to battle you over whether it's a cult or not a cult.
Okay.
I'm not arguing over that. Whatever term you give the religious group that they're in, fair to say that when you look at that, do you know anything about 508c1a trust or anything like that?
No.
Do you know anything about 501c trust? Is a charitable trust, just general charity. If I told you that 508c is more of a religious trust, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I
on
have
that?
no idea.
And fair to say you didn't really go into that with the defendant and ask her about trust and things like that?
We didn't talk about that at all.
Didn't really go into details about her and the group trying to get a house through that or try to get money through that?
We didn't talk about that at all.
Did you talk about, she tell you about any schemes about or plans to get money to avoid IRS or to get a house or anything through a trust?
No. No, there was something about trying to get a house, but that was the extent of it.
Okay.
So
Fair to say that under this 508c1a, you don't know that they can get a IRS employee identification number, EIN, excuse me?
like I said, I don't know anything about 508, whatever.
You don't know anything about this group's teachings or studies, right?
Only what I've heard from reading from this case, reading information and what Chloe said.
Don't know anything about their sermons or writings, correct?
Correct.
Nothing about their philosophy or theology, correct?
Again, only what I've learned from this case.
And did you learn in this case that when she was arrested, in her bag not only was there CBD, but there was a Bible?
I didn't know that.
Okay. Did you know they used a Bible?
It doesn't surprise me because a lot of the terminology around it is biblical.
But fair to say you don't know much about their culture, right?
Right.
Right. Now, may I question, please?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you the DSM-5-TR. May I hand that to you?
Sure.
Go ahead and just look at that for a second. I'm going to ask you some questions from that, but first what I'm going to do is ask you about, this is, and I don't know if you use the term, but some people use that, this is the Bible of psychology, or this is a learned treatise.
I've heard that term before.
Would you agree with me that the DSM-5 is a book that's relied upon by not just forensic psychologists, but clinical psychologists and people, psychiatrists all over the world?
Yes.
It is a learned treatise, right?
Yes.
It's a scholarly book or has lots of knowledge.
Yes.
All right. And the DSM-5, that's the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, right?
Yes.
And it took about 12 years to prepare the DSM-5, but then I think 2021 they came along and did text revision. Is that fair?
I don't remember the exact year, but yeah.
What version did you use when you were evaluating the defendant in this case?
Trying to see if I said it in my report. It was either 5 or 5 TR. I don't.
Right, and they're basically the same, the 5 and the TR, right?
That's why I can't remember,
Right.
because, yeah.
Well, you agree with me that this manual, as it states on page, you can turn to page 21 if you want, but the primary purpose is to assist trained clinicians. You know that, right?
Yes.
All right. Maybe it'd help if I just don't. I may turn you to a page in a second here or there, but let's do it this way. The primary purpose of the DSM-5 is to use for clinicians. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. If you turn to page 29 of that.
Okay.
I guess around page 29, but the DSM-5, in your expertise, my expertise is in law. I can't keep up with you in psychology, so you're going to have to help me. But in your world, there is a cautionary aspect, or there's a cautionary aspect that when you use the DSM-5 for something similar to it, that you have to recognize that it's primarily designed to assist clinicians, right?
Yes.
What on page 29 does a DSM-5 actually have a cautionary statement for forensic use?
Yeah, that diagnoses can be misunderstood in forensic situations unless they're explained by a trained clinician. I'm not reading right out of this.
That's all right, but you agree with me that when you're using psychology or the DSM-5, you have to be careful that in a forensic setting, you have to look for some risk and limitations of the DSM-5 or the psychological application, correct?
Yeah, that's why I'm here, so that terms aren't just thrown around and people don't know what they mean.
Because ultimately, when it comes to forensic psychology, that is dealing with psychology that you would have in the DSM-5. So if you have a book, and you have that book there, this is the Georgia Code. So I have another book. You have that book and I have the Georgia Code.
Sure.
If I asked you, you could not do it. If I asked you to look up in the DSM-5 the Georgia law of insanity, it's not in there, is it?
Right.
It's not in there because insanity and any defense for that, you agree with me, is a question that is controlled by this book, the code.
Insanity is a legal term. The word insanity isn't in here.
Right, you couldn't find it if I asked you to, correct?
Right.
Right, insanity is a question of law that this jury has to decide in this case, right?
Correct.
Not psychology, not the DSM-5. This law applied to the facts of this case that this jury gets to say, right?
Right.
All right, let me ask you about, when you looked at some of these things, you talk about schizophrenia and you talk about personality disorders as your opinion of what the defendant holds. Is for academic discussion and for practical discussion, I'm not going to dispute that right now. But when it comes to the schizophrenia, it's kind of a spectrum, isn't it?
By spectrum, I mean, people have it in different degrees. Like, someone could have schizophrenia with only mild symptoms, and some people have really severe symptoms that are really resistant to treatment. So if that's what you mean by spectrum, then yes.
And under the DSM-5, the book that you have in front of you, there are other mental disorders in this book, correct?
Yes.
There's lots of them, right?
Yes.
I mean, there's things like mental disorders that you have in the book. You have anxiety disorder, fear of injections or shots, correct?
Yes.
You have hoarding as a mental disorder, correct?
Okay. Is it?
You can turn to page 273 and see if it's there.
I haven't had any hoarders in a while.
It's 273.
I don't see it on body dysmorphic disorders on 273.
You don't see it there on 273?
273 is about body dysmorphic disorder.
Okay,
But anyway, I mean,
if we go back, I'll find it in a second here. Post-traumatic stress disorder?
that's in here, yeah.
Okay. Binge eating disorders?
Yes,
Insomnia disorders?
I believe so.
Sleep apnea?
Is that in the DSM?
See if I got this page right. Look at page 429.
Oh, sleep apnea, yeah.
How about 464, restless leg syndrome?
Yes.
All right, just these other ones. Alcohol intoxication, you agree with me that these are also caffeine-related disorders, cannabis use disorders, tobacco use disorders. These are all types of mental disorders under DSM-5.
Yes.
Then there's other things or condition or problems that you have to focus on, and part of that is religious or spiritual problems. Is that correct?
I believe so, but
Turn to page
like I said,
834.
I don't have this memorized.
834.
834. Oh, yeah, okay.
And you agree with me that when you're doing the DSM-5 or trying to apply a psychological opinion, that the manual says that when it comes to questioning of spiritual values that may not necessarily be related to an organized church or religious institution, you have to take that in consideration, that it could be a religious group that's outside of mainstream, right?
Right.
And it's important to know that when you're giving a psychological opinion. You agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And you don't know anything about their religious teachings or spiritualism, do you?
I know, like I said, I know what I've learned in this case from what all the records and information say and what she told me.
The DSM and what you're supposed to do when you do an evaluation, especially if somebody's not mainstream, there's something called the Cultural Formation Interview, CFI, correct?
Yes.
And that's something you can take into consideration, their religion, spirituality, and when you look at the group or the individual, they use these things to fashion their own identities and sense of experience, right?
Are you reading to me from a certain page?
I'm asking you, as a psychologist, you would have to consider those things, correct?
In a therapy relationship?
In using the DSM-5.
In diagnosing someone that I was seeing for therapy, yes.
You agree with me that context and things matter when you're looking at a person's and their, whether or not they're telling you something that's true or not true?
Yes.
And part of that is you have to consider the words that they use.
Yes.
And that word may be, like if somebody could say insane, and they may mean that term to be I'm insane, but not in a legal sense or a psychological sense. So it could just be an idiom they use, right?
Yeah, it's used in daily language often.
And the particulars of what a word is used by someone, including the defendant, you have to figure out, are they meaning I'm crazy or delusion in the same sense that you would mean as a psychologist, correct?
Right.
But the DSM-5, it recognizes this and it talks about cultural idioms, right?
It does.
And if you look at page 874 for me. Because when you're evaluating someone's psychosis, you have to consider the words and the things that they're using. And some cultures have different ways of saying things. Are you familiar with the term ataque de nervos?
Attack of nerves.
Right.
That's what it means.
How about on page 876, there's the maladie de diable. It's literally the devil or Satan illness found in Haitian cultures.
Right.
So there's things like voodoo, witch doctors, things like that. Even happen here in the United States, right?
Yes.
And so how they view the world may be strange or weird or delusional in some ways to the average person, but if they believe it, that could be a genuine belief that they hold, correct?
Right.
And you need to understand that the culture in order to give a diagnosis, right?
It's one important part of giving a diagnosis, yes.
Right. If you look on page 124 of the DSM-5, there it talks about the cultural and socioeconomic factors that must be considered. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And there, do you see where it says that cultural and socioeconomic factors must be considered, particularly when the individual and the clinician do not share the same cultural and economic background, right?
Right.
And the idea there is that you need to mitigate the impact of a clinician's bias, right?
Right.
So I want to turn now to something that you didn't talk about with the defense. If you turn to page 835 of the Bible, if you would, of the DSM.
835.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is discussing malingering, correct?
Oh, here, yes.
You agree with me that when you're in a context of a clinical setting, a person can come in and be the historian for their facts and what happened to them. That happens often, right?
Yes.
And when you're in a forensic setting, oftentimes that when that person comes in to give you a history, they are self-admitting or they are the historian themselves, correct?
Well, the history from the defendant is one piece of information to be compared against a lot of other pieces of information.
Right.
So yeah, we get our
Right.
history from that person.
And in your practice, in your field of expertise, and specifically in the DSM-5, you are to strongly consider if somebody is malingering, right?
That's a foundation of forensic psychology, is that there's no forensic evaluation that doesn't take into consideration whether someone might have been malingering. There's even a paragraph in my report about why I thought that Ms. Driver wasn't malingering.
And malingering, like saying a ideation is a fancy way to say idea. Malingering is a technical term that means they are faking or lying or exaggerating, correct?
Right, to get some desired outcome, yeah.
You see number 1 under the malingering section there is number medico-legal.
Yeah.
Read that paragraph out loud to something you should consider when it comes to malingering.
Medico-legal context of presentation, e.g. the individual is referred by an attorney to the clinician for examination, or the individual self-refers while litigation or criminal charges are pending.
So off the get-go, if a person is referred to you by an attorney, you should consider that, correct?
Absolutely.
If the person is sitting with charges, you should consider that, correct?
Yes, this is basic, forensic psychology.
And if the
101.
person is being evaluated in a criminal setting, you should consider that too, right?
All of those.
Because there is a motive, whether you find it to be true or not. Technically speaking, structurally speaking, you would have to agree with me, would you not, that there is a motive to lie or to malinger?
A motive to what? To malinger?
To lie or
Oh,
malinger.
yes.
Now, one thing you didn't discuss with the defense, and in your report, I think it's around page 12, you did some psychological testing. You actually used a diagnostic or to the best of its ability, objective thing to see if the defendant was malingering or there were issues with her self-reporting or her assessments, right?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about this because the defense didn't ask you about this. But in your report, you used something to test her evaluation or her answers by using something called the MMPI-2-RF, right?
Yes.
And that is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2 restructure form, right?
Right.
That is a 338 true-false test or inventory that is, in this case, the defendant could take to answer certain questions, right?
Right.
Because her evaluation or that thing itself is a self-reporting instrument or self-reporting procedure in many ways, correct?
Yeah. Right, because she fills it out true or false.
And you did this to see if it had any correspondence to the validity of her scores or her testing, right?
I did what?
You gave her this test to see if she was malingering or if there was any issues with the validity of her test, right?
Of her test?
Of her evaluation.
Oh, her evaluation. I mean, that wasn't the only reason. The MMPI is, it measures like psychopathology, like symptoms, because it asks a lot about symptoms, but it also measures kind of more stable personality traits. So the only reason to give it isn't, it's not a malingering test. There are specific malingering tests you can give. This isn't.
And you didn't use those tests, right? Malingering tests.
Right.
You chose not to use the malingering.
In this case, her self-report was so consistent with all the other sources of information that I did not use a malingering test.
But she has some over-endorsement of symptoms, right?
Yes.
In fact, you said Ms. Driver produced an invalid MMPI-2 RF profile due to over-endorsement of symptoms, right?
Yes.
And you agree with me that under the MMPI, the manual and the testing itself, that there is a F-R, which is infrequent responses measure, and then you put PF-R, but I think that's actually FP-R, right?
Oh, probably.
And I do typos all the time, but
Yeah.
there's two categories. There's F-R and PF-R, right?
Yes.
And you gave a score of 120 for the F-R and a 99 for the PF-R, right?
I didn't give it. That's a score she earned.
Right.
Yeah.
And you agree with me that the MMPI has a kind of a scale that if there is a scale for the FR that's 79 to 99, that there's a possible motivated response.
Possibly, but you'd never interpret test results without looking at all the other information about the case. So yeah, possibly.
And under the MMPI, if there is a score that's above 100 for the F-R, that it's not possible a motivated response or helping out. It is a motivated response, right?
Say that again, sorry.
All right. Under the MMPI, whether or not someone's helping themselves out or motivating in their answers or giving these type of answers, to test the validity, there's a range. 77 to 99, if it's in that range, it's possible that they gave a motivated response, right?
Okay.
Then there's another range, if it's 100 or above, in this case, hers is 120, that it is motivated.
I'm interested in your source for that.
Judgment approach?
Yes.
You can bottom right there.
But where is that from? Like what textbook
manual or some
or
type of-
research article or book?
Yeah, something like that. Well, would you disagree with me that there is a scale?
Well, what I'm stuck on is that the MMPI.
Well, doctor, let me do it this way.
This is someone's take on it, but the MMP. The reason why I'm stuck is because the MMPI doesn't tend to talk in terms of definite. So when you say something's definitely the case, that's not usually how we interpret MMPIs.
Let me put it this way. You agree with me that her scores are high
Yes.
and that they are above normal or abnormal, right?
Yes.
So you agree with me that maybe not you, but another psychologist could look at her scores and say, yeah, she was trying too hard, right?
Although they might have, it would be inconsistent with all the other sources of information. So they might decide that in all those other places she was really not trying hard. She was presenting as herself, but in this place she decided to, exaggerate or something. So
the answer to my question is yes, someone could disagree.
someone could, yeah, sure.
Judgment approach.
Yes.
Am I forgiving
Here.
them?
No, here.
And the same thing was true with her. You put PF-R, but FP-R.
Yeah.
So there are two, you agree with me that there were two things on some diagnostic where she was scoring abnormally high, right?
She scored invalid.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let me,
I can explain what that means unless, well, never mind, sorry.
nope. By all means, if you want to explain, go ahead.
The MMPI has validity scales and then it has clinical scales. And you don't look at the clinical scales like the depression scale or whatever unless you make sure that the validity scales are okay. In other words, they took the test without trying to fake good or fake bad or anything. So I didn't interpret any of her clinical scales because her validity scales were all that she over-reported symptoms. And so one possibility for that is if somebody isn't a great reader and they misunderstand items, that they could end up reporting things. And I felt like that probably didn't explain it for her because she reads, you only need to read like an elementary school level for this test. Another possibility is that she was faking and like trying to report a whole bunch of symptoms like in a lying kind of way. And that's possible, like I just said, but she wasn't in every other like interview with me, with other people, in all the other information from police, from witnesses, there wasn't that lying present. So the third possibility for that invalid score is that she is continuing to experience psychotic symptoms and just, it's called a cry for help, is the third option for being invalid, is that you're in distress and you're just endorsing everything because it's like you're in distress, you want help, so you're just like, yeah, like to everything. And so it's not faking bad, like, oh, I want to look really sick because I want, some particular end. It's a cry for help by dramatically endorsing things. And I think she took it that way, and so I didn't want to interpret the clinical scales because it wasn't really an accurate representation. There you go.
Right, that was your opinion on why it was
That's my
invalid.
professional opinion.
And doctor, you agree with me in that second option, the one that says intentionally attempting to present themselves as mentally ill is in order to obtain a secondary gain, right?
That's the whole definition of malingering.
So you'd have to concede that in the context of her doing this mental evaluation, she's been arrested for murder, and the secondary gain is not to be found guilty of killing, stabbing to death her own 13-month-old child, right? You'd have to concede that.
I'd have to agree. What am I agreeing to?
You have to concede that. That's one of the options, right?
Oh, it is one of the
Right.
options.
You just didn't think it was that one.
Nor did Dr. Garrett or Dr. Zom or anyone else. Yeah.
Thank you for that, doctor. But in the end, when you actually interviewed her, you met with her on, I believe, March 29, 2021 and June 12, 2021, right?
Yes.
And you didn't write in your report how long you met with her for those visits. Is that correct?
I didn't put it in the report. It's somewhere in an invoice or something.
And who was present during this interview with you and her? Just the
two of us.
You had the ability to video record it, correct?
I don't think so.
You have the ability to audio record it?
I didn't ask. I've never audio recorded my forensic evaluations.
If you had, we could have heard exactly what she said and how she said it and things like that, right?
Well, although, yeah, I don't know anyone who auto records their forensic evaluations. That's not,
Are you familiar with I think it was the trial in Colorado for the theater shooting? I believe they had about 22 hours or so. Familiar with that trial?
I'm not.
You familiar with Dr. Gurr? Dr. Gurr?
Can you spell it?
I think it's G-H-A-R maybe?
I'm not.
Well, going back to yours, when you interviewed her, did you know who she talked to before her interview? Do you know if she talked to her mom?
I mean, I know she had talked to her mom.
Do you know she talked to her dad?
I know she had talked to her dad before I met her.
Do you know she had talked to Benjamin?
I know she had talked to Benjamin at some point before I met her.
Do you know she talked to any of her friends?
If she had friends, I assume she talked to them at some point before I met her. I mean, do you mean like in her whole life?
Before
that
the
day?
interview, from the time she was arrested in jail before
Oh,
the
in
interview.
jail. I knew she had talked to her parents. I don't think she told me she talked to friends, and I believe I knew that she had talked.
Doctor, I apologize. That was a terrible question. From the
Mr.
time she was arrested to the
Yeah.
time she was given the interview, before you walked in to do an interview, you didn't really know who she had talked to or what they talked about, right?
I don't remember if I knew or not.
And you don't know what all jail calls she's had or anything to discuss it, correct?
I don't think I knew when I first met her.
Do you know whether or not she had talked to her lawyers before she talked with you?
I know she had talked to her attorneys before she met with me.
Are you familiar with what's called a jailhouse lawyer?
Yes,
Do you know whether or not she talked to anybody else that gave her any legal advice or things to say or not say?
I do not know.
You agree with me, though, that she had the ability to communicate with other people.
Yes,
She had the ability to sit around and talk about her case.
yes,
And she was around people that could have been sympathetic to her position and where she was in that reality, right?
yes.
And you don't know any letters she may have received or text messages or things in jail where they can actually communicate electronically. You don't know anything about that?
No,
And she saw you at the request of her attorney, right?
yes,
And she was charged with murder at that time, correct?
yes,
Right. Some of the things that the sources of information that you got was from her mother, that you talked to her, correct?
yes. I spoke with her mother on the phone.
And then also Angela Trethewey, her attorney, right?
Yes,
And did you meet with Angela Trethewey several times during this course of the evaluation, in your opinion?
no,
And when you talked to her, you went through and she told you when it came to family history that she was raised in an intact family, correct?
yes.
She had a normal pregnancy when she was born, right?
Let's see.
It's on page 2 and 3 of your report.
Thanks. I mean, if that's what it says in my report.
Normal childhood, correct?
Yes,
She was known as being headstrong, right?
yes,
Quote, hard to handle, correct?
yes,
Lots of arguing in the family.
yes.
She had no learning difficulties, correct?
That's what she and her mom told me.
She had no special education needs, right?
That's what she and her mom
She
told
didn't
me.
repeat any grades.
That's what she and her mom told me.
Mom says that she was smart.
Yeah,
And the trouble she had in middle and high school, that was actually a defiance issue, not a mental issue.
well, it was both.
Did you use the word defiance?
Yes, defiant behavior.
I'm just going off what your report says.
Okay.
So you agree with me it was
Yeah.
a defiance issue,
I'm
right?
talking about her defiance there, and a couple paragraphs later, I'm talking about her mental issues. So they
Not-
both were happening at the same time, just not in the report at the same time.
Not related to any academic difficulties, correct?
They didn't report any academic difficulties for her.
You remember on direct to testify that her parents let her when she was about 15 go and live with a boyfriend, right?
Yeah,
But you agree with me that she was defiant there and had to come back, right?
that's what they told me.
She refused to attend school when she came back.
Yes.
She dropped out before her 18th birthday.
Well, she dropped out and joined Mr. Joyce. So, yeah.
Talked about the substance abuse history that she had. You've already described that. You agree that there was no history of mental health treatment before this event?
Right.
She cut her wrist, but you noted it was superficial, right?
Yeah, typical of borderline personality disorder.
And she diagnosed that there was a suicide attempt in 8th grade taking a bottle of sleeping pills. Is that right?
Yes.
So the only other suicidal act that you have here for her prior to December 8th of 2020 was herself reporting that it was sleeping pills in 8th grade.
Yes.
You don't know what they were, where they came from, or no one else corroborated that, correct?
I don't believe she told anyone else.
So that'd be correct. No one else corroborated.
Right.
And then you noted that there were periods of paranoia, and most of those, you agree with me, were not when Benjamin was around, but it would have been during the time that she was using drugs.
Yeah, she said that she started to have paranoia, and sometimes it was when she was using marijuana, and sometimes it wasn't. And it started years before she met Mr. Joyce, or Mr. Benjamin, sorry.
And then it came to relationship history. When she initially met with Benjamin and Michael, they were discussing spirituality that night.
Yes,
And then she reached out to him a few months later. She reached out, right?
yes.
In fact, she lied to her parents and left and went to, I think, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
I don't know where it was, but she left to join him.
And she lied to her parents about where she was, correct?
Yes.
And in the beginning, you agree with me that she was, quote, all for having multiple women?
Well, she told me that she was all for it because he explained it in a way that made it make sense. Yes.
And that on page 5 of your report, if you look at the second paragraph, do you see where you wrote down when she explained that she was all for it, but she says, but she also reported that the reality of it was toxic and stressful. It was hard to get along.
Yes, I would expect that of any group of 4 adults living a nomadic lifestyle.
Well,
So,
my
yeah.
question is, did she say, not whether or not you expected, did she say that?
She did.
That's what she described, how she described the environment, correct?
She said it was hard for them all to get along.
She reported frequent arguments, right?
Yes.
She reported that when the third woman joined them, it added to the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And then she reported at some point she returned back to Benjamin, right?
When did she leave him? What?
Do you know of a time that she did leave him?
Yeah.
All right, look on page 5, third paragraph of your report. Do you remember her saying that she returned to him
Oh. I see what you're talking about.
and they continued their nomadic lifestyle?
She wasn't allowed, at one point she was allowed to visit her mom, and then she went back to him.
And then, I think it's on page 6, the last paragraph. Do you remember the defendant telling you that when describing the relationship and the group that they're in, she says, you write that she became more frustrated in the relationship. And she reported that she began to take CBD to calm down.
Yes.
Right? But you described it as she became more frustrated in the relationship. And that's when she was taking CBD, correct?
Well, when I say that she became more frustrated in the relationship, it's referring to that above paragraph where the things she was getting frustrated about in the relationship was being controlled all the time, not being allowed to go to the grocery store to get stuff for her daughter, not being able to pick out her own baby food, and so the frustration in the relationship was around the control and the isolation that the relationship was requiring of her. So it's referring to that. That's why I started it with the word as. But did I do it again?
It's okay.
Sorry.
Doctor, you're giving a lot of comments, and that's fine. I want all this again from the jury. On the same note, turn to page 7, fourth paragraph. You talk about these phone calls with Benjamin and some of the things and using the urine. But you agree that, like in the phone call and the urine, I mean, that's weird. We get it, urine and all that. But you agree that in that, you don't understand their culture, that maybe for them, and actually in that phone call, he was telling her because you may get sick if you don't do it, correct?
Although that is part of it, the drinking the urine part isn't what concerned me. I mean, you're right, okay, it's weird, whatever, but that's not what concerned me. What concerned me is even if he'd been telling her to drink more water or something, was the way he was telling her, that he was ordering her, he was upset if she resisted at all, and he didn't move on until she broke down and said, I do, Daddy, I do. So that was the part that bothered me, was the control.
I wasn't asking about the part that bothered you. My question was, you agree that in the context of the urine, he was saying things as if she didn't do it, it could be bad for her health. Would you agree with that?
No, not really. He was saying you need to clear your head, and if they don't want you to, if they think you're weird, just tell them that your naturopath told you you have to, or you'll get sick. But he wasn't saying that was true. He was saying, here's the lie to tell them if they think it's weird.
And when it comes to the calling someone daddy, you have no idea, do you? If you do, let me know whether or not she even recently has said to anybody like Roger Giddens or somebody that she would refer to them or someone as daddy in a relationship context.
Sorry, I understand that question.
You don't know whether or not the defendant has referred to other people in a relationship like boyfriend, girlfriend, and called them daddy, correct?
Called them what?
Daddy.
Oh, daddy. I don't know.
And you don't know what she said recently or anything like that, do you, when it comes to daddy and other people, right?
I don't.
And about all these phone calls that we talked about, These were in February of 2021, the ones that you listened to up around that time. Did you know that since that time to February of 2023, there was about 617 calls with the defendant, between the defendant and Benjamin?
I found that out recently.
That's because she didn't tell you about talking to him, did she?
Well, remember, I haven't talked to her since, June of 2021, so.
Pretty accurate to describe that she had a much more robust conversations and her reaching out to him than you knew about, right?
Well, again, anything that happened after June 12th, 2021, I wouldn't have known about, because that's the last time I talked to her.
Turn to page 7, fourth paragraph. In the context, you're talking about the phone calls, I believe.
Okay.
She stated to you, we had a lot of good times. You see that as the next to last sentence in that fourth paragraph?
Yes.
We had a lot of good times when it was just us and our baby. You see that?
Yes.
And then she said, we were a normal family for a few moments. It's something I'm really struggling with, right?
Yes.
And then later on, I believe you reported that you talked about on direct that she was crying and have episodes. Is that right?
Probably. When?
When she was in the jail, you met with her. You noticed that she was crying, she was upset.
Oh, during my evaluation. Yes.
Then on page 8 of your report, you talk about she reported frequent and lengthy crying episodes before I think she got on some mess, and it says, and feelings of, what was the word you used?
Let me find it. Where are we on page 8?
Page 8.
Yeah, where?
Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah.
All right. Last paragraph. You
Okay.
go about to the middle.
Okay.
You see in the middle there, it says she described her mood.
Yeah.
All right. She described her mood as better recently since initiating medication.
Yes.
She reported frequent and lengthy crying episodes, sadness, and feelings of guilt prior to her Prozac, right?
Yes.
But before that, and feelings of guilt.
Yes.
You noted the word guilt, right?
Yes.
You also know that she was still talking about religious preoccupation,
Yes.
and that she was attentive and concentrated to, her attention and concentration was intact. She was oriented to person, place, and time, and she knew the correct date, and she even knew the correct president, correct?
Yes.
And then when you went on to things about interviewing about the 8, she would say things like, would she not, I felt like the other women were plotting against me. This is on page 9, second paragraph.
Okay. Yes.
She said, I felt like other women were plotting against me, like they were on wavelength that I just wasn't on. They were all on it. They were mean to me and mad at me, and it played in my paranoia even more, right?
Yes.
And then when you get into the specific actions and conduct that she did on December 8th, 2020, she talked about the reason she needed to kill her daughter herself. She said, quote, to pay for the sins I had committed. Page 11 of your report.
Yes.
To pay for the sins I had committed. That's what she said, right?
Well, I mean, that was one of the things I said, and I
Sure.
quoted it in the report. It wasn't the only thing she said.
She was in the room. She described being in the room, correct?
Yes.
She said that she, quote, found a knife, right?
I mean, that might have been the word that I used. I don't think it's in quotes.
So it may not be her word. It may be your interpretation.
Yeah.
That she brought it back to the room,
That she had brought that she had brought a knife back to the room.
and then that she stabbed herself and her daughter and then locked the door.
That's what she told me.
And have you read Dr. Zom's report?
Yes.
And it's a little different what she told Dr. Zom, correct?
There's more detail in Zom's report, and
Right, and Dr. Zom, she said, I walked down the stairs, correct?
I don't have her report in front of me,
Okay.
so.
And we'll ask Dr. Zom when she's here. Judgment approach?
Yes.
I'm getting towards the end, Doctor, so I just want to
Yeah,
finish up with some things here. Here's some state's exhibits. You agree with me that when the defendant was in the hospital after she stabbed her baby to death and stabbed herself, that she was able to give statements actually in writing, correct?
yeah, she couldn't talk because she had,
And you have in your
Throat.
hands state's exhibits 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, those exhibits there.
yes,
All right. Those, just to be sure we're on the same page, those are exhibits where she wrote out, being in the hospital, her answers, right?
yes. This
It's
is-
her penmanship, her spelling, her dictation, it's her writing, correct?
Yes,
You agree with me that in the handouts that you had there, I think it's probably 104 and 106 maybe, that there were 2 Miranda waivers where she waived her Miranda rights, right?
yes, she did,
She was able to give her social security information, correct?
yes,
She was able to give her date of birth, right?
yes.
She was able to give other information that she was tracking and had that in her head, correct?
Yeah, being disorganized wasn't part of her thought disorder. It was being delusional that was part of her thought. So she could give all this information, yes.
Doctor, thank you for your commentary, but that was not my question. My question is, she gave that information from her head, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you're giving commentary. They can do that on redirect.
Oh, sorry.
Doctor, in those statements, like for example, State's Exhibit 103, you remember that when she was asked, when the detective thought maybe Ben Michael did this, she said, and she wrote it down, he did not do it, I did it, right?
Right,
I was going insane, is what she said, and no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him. I only wanted my baby and husband, but he refused. She wrote that, right?
yes,
And then she also writes, how long will my prison sentence be for killing her, correct? It states 105.
yes,
It states 107, she says no. When asked about talking about the knife, she said, no, I went and got a knife.
yes,
And she apologized. She felt bad about killing her, correct?
absolutely.
Now, specifically, when you asked her, when asked if she thought her behavior was wrong, she stated, I'm asking your opinion. I have to be very careful in this, in the sense of the rules of evidence. I'm asking you what she said when you asked her if she thought her behavior was wrong. She stated, 1, yeah, as soon as it happened, I regretted it, correct?
That's what she told me.
2, I thought I shouldn't have done this, right?
After she did it, she thought she shouldn't have done it.
And 3, this was not supposed to happen.
Right,
Doctor, in considering your evaluation of the defendant, including her words and conduct, she described to you in connection with the act of her killing her own child. Is it accurate that the defendant was about 20 years of age?
yes,
That the victim was 13 months old?
yes,
That the defendant was the mother?
yes,
The victim was the child?
yes,
At some point, the defendant was armed with a knife.
yes,
The victim was helpless.
yes,
The defendant never said in any shape or form that the victim threatened her to do harm to her,
Right.
correct? Whether it was right then or in the future, right? The defendant never said the victim, demonic or otherwise, attacked me and I had to defend myself, correct?
right.
Whether immediately or in the future. She never said that, did she?
About
The
Hannah?
need to her own daughter
Yeah,
attacking her.
right,
And you will agree with me, would you not, that the defendant, this defendant right here, this is the defendant sitting here, correct?
No, yes,
She never said she was in danger of harm, death, or peril from her own child, correct?
right, it was by her own hand that she was in danger.
Now, doctor, the 2 books we talked about, Judgment Approach, Yeah, the DSM-5.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want these?
No, man, that's fine. I'll go ahead and get those. There's actually 3 books I thought about, but changed my mind. We've referenced the Bible, so a religious book, if you would. A psychological book. This is your expertise in psychology here, right?
Yes.
The Rule of Law, or the book of Georgia law. You agree that in this case, you're adding an opinion to one part, mainly the psychological part, correct? For the jury to understand and take in context the law, correct?
Mainly the psychological part. That's what forensic psychology does, yes.
Each, in a way, can help the jury decide the ultimate issue in this case. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And under Georgia law, part of the thing is that a person is presumed sane. You understand that, right?
Yes.
And that you also understand that under Georgia law that there is no defense of coercion or duress for murder, right?
Actually, sort of, but that's getting into the territory of like, I'm not a lawyer, so.
And that's what I want to get into. But ultimately, solely, at the end of the day, the decision that has to be made in this case, whether or not the defendant, as a matter of law, committed murder by stabbing her child 4 times, is a question of law under all the facts and circumstances that this jury has to make, not you, right?
Oh yeah, it's the jury's job.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. We are going to take a recess, and I will go ahead and tell you, I'm not quite sure how long we're going to go this evening. I'm going to hear from counsel about that while you are out on a 10-minute recess, and then if I need to give you some additional information at that time, I will. Otherwise, stay up here with us, and we will be in recess until 20 till. Leave us your notepads, and we will call for you at 20 till. You can be seated. Thank you. All right, redirect.
All right, Dr. Ballard, you said you had an opportunity to review Dr. Garrett, Dr. Zom's reports, correct?
Yes.
Are either of those 2 evaluators board certified?
No.
Okay. In this particular case, you've testified that you've done several hundreds of forensic evaluations, correct?
Correct.
And that includes the criminal responsibility evaluations,
Yes.
correct? In this particular case, just because we hired you and are paying you for this, did we ask you to come up with any particular opinion one way or another?
No, that's not how it works, not just with this case, but with any case. Like,
Okay.
they hire me to do an evaluation, then I give them my opinion.
Okay. About how many reports do you think where you found somebody to be sane at the time of the crime?
Sane?
Yes.
for-
Or criminally responsible?
Yeah, yeah. No, I know what you meant. I just wanted to make sure you didn't say insane.
Mhm.
Like 90%.
Okay. Did you ever have to testify in court on those cases?
Not on those.
Okay.
No. Can I explain a little bit?
Sure.
Yeah. When an attorney gives an evaluation, they don't know. They know the legal requirements for insanity, but they don't know if their client, like, they're not a mental health professional. So they often have some kind of feeling like something's not right here, or maybe they know from like a family member, like something's not right here. And so they're doing their job. So they were like, well, let me get like an expert in here to see what's going on. And most of the time, it's something that isn't really helpful to their case. You know, they might have some mental issues, but it's not anything that is like relevant to the case. And so I know we've only worked together once, but there are attorneys that I've worked together, you know, on cases, like many cases. And they know when they call me that they'll get my opinion, and then a lot of times it just won't help anything.
She's giving the narrative. She's just giving the narrative. It's not responsive to the question.
All right, direct the witness, please.
Okay,
Yes,
sorry.
If Mr. Focus were to call you from his office and ask you to conduct a forensic evaluation on behalf of the district attorney's office, would you take that case on?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step
Thank you.
down. Thank you. All right, call your next witness, please.
The defense will call Gabriella Kuykendall to the stand. Before you sit down, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you swear the information and testimony you're about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat. Okay. Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Yes, my name's Gabriella Kuykendall. My last name is spelled Kuykendall.
Okay. And how do you know Miss Driver?
I met her through Benjamin about, I want to say, maybe 5 years ago when I met her.
Okay.
Or longer than that now.
Now, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay. You've been talked about already in this case. Are you the first wife of Mr. Benjamin Ben Michael?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you meet him?
I met him in 2013, and we had met at a March Against Monsanto rally that we were both trying to create. Sorry,
It's okay.
I'm a little nervous up here. I don't speak well in front of people.
It's okay.
But we were organizing the rally together, and that's where I met him.
Okay. How old were you when you met him?
I was 17.
Do you know how old he was at the time?
I believe he was 33.
Okay. And you met him and you at this, I guess, activism type rally, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how did your relationship progress from there?
It quickly became very emotional. I pretty much immediately, within a few months, became his girlfriend, and then a couple months later moved in with him at his parents' house.
Okay. When did he declare you to be his wife?
Probably a year or so after I met him.
Okay. Did he give you a name as well?
Yes, he gave me the name Iliomah.
Okay. How would you spell that?
Ayliomah.
Did people just call you Oma for short?
I went by Eily, and then once I had my daughter, our daughter, mine and Benjamin's, I just went by Oma, and we gave her the name Eily.
Eily. Okay. And when you first met him, you said you were living at his parents' house or staying with his parents' house?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about how that relationship progressed. Were you both working, doing anything like that?
No, neither of us were working. He was loosely affiliated with a financial group called Primerica. It was like a life insurance investment company, but that he didn't really make any money through that. It's like an MLM sort of thing.
What drew you to him?
Well, I'd never really met anyone like him before. He just knew a lot about spirituality and, religious sort of doctrine, I guess. And just, I was very naive at the time when I met him, so I'd never really heard any of those concepts before.
Was he kind of your first serious relationship?
He was my first serious relationship.
Okay, so you quickly moved in together, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And tell me about what happens pretty quickly within your relationship with how he treated you.
Well, things pretty quickly had gotten like controlling. You know, he would just, you know, kind of alienate me from my family and my friends, and yeah, just kind of.
Okay. Did he impose certain rules upon you or things that you had to live by?
You mean like early on, or?
Yeah, I mean about your ability to go out in public or hang out with other people.
Well, I mean, at first we just went out together and there was really no problem, but at a certain point, he, you know, if I wanted to go see my friends or my family, he didn't want me to do that.
Okay. Did you have limitations on any of your cell phones, emails, or social media?
Yes, absolutely. I primarily used like Facebook Messenger to talk to like people that I knew, like my friends from high school and stuff. And he would always be controlling the conversation, or whenever I talked to my sister, which is mainly the only person in my family he would let me talk to, he would be right there, the phone would be on speaker, and he would be telling me what to say, basically. Like I couldn't actually have a real conversation with anyone.
Did he go through your phone frequently?
Yeah,
Did he-
absolutely.
Did he take your phone away from you at times?
At times, yeah, when he thought, you know, like when I wasn't like really happy, like being there with him and I might want to leave, he would like take my phone so I wouldn't be able to leave and call anyone or text anyone to come get me.
Okay. And you said he monitored your social media or your emails as well?
Yeah.
At what point did your relationship turn physically abusive?
I would say within the first 6 months.
Okay. What are some of the things that you experienced with him?
Well, he would, you know, hit me. There's this one instance, it was one of the worst, I would say, where I wanted to leave, and he had took duct tape and duct taped my entire torso to where I couldn't really breathe very well, and he had just started like beating my face like really bad, open-handed, you know, not close-handed, but he just open-handed. Just he, you know, I was like just seeing the light.
Okay. And there were some other incidents as well, some of that which got reported to law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes, there is a police report about the time where he had me in his basement, and he basically told me that he was going to kill me, and he had a machete to my throat, and he just went into detail like how he was going to do it and how he was going to get away with it. No one would ever know, you know, and I was convinced at the time. It was very frightening. And his father came downstairs because he had heard probably me crying or something, and he, you know, got involved, and then Benjamin kept his father and his mother and me all hostage and wouldn't let us use the phones to call the police.
Okay. After the machete incident, why didn't you leave?
It was just one of those like back and forth sort of like codependent toxic relationships, and it was really hard to get away because every time I left I felt like empty, like I had no purpose to live, you know. I just like would want to kill myself, and so like he was like my main source of like everything, you know, just like my reason to live. At a certain point I was absolutely completely dependent on him emotionally.
When you would leave, would you all start talking or texting again? And
I would leave and I would try to not talk to him, and then at a certain point I would, you know, he would just be incessantly messaging me, usually is how that happened, and I would just text him back. I'd be triggered and I would just text him back, and then he had a way of sucking me right back in.
Okay. Did he proclaim you to be one of his wives before or after the machete incident? Do you recall?
I believe it was after that.
Did he make any kind of demands to you about wanting to have children with you or others?
Yeah, he said the only way that I could be his wife exclusively is if I had a child with him in the next year. He kind of gave me like a time limit for that,
Okay.
which is
And
weird.
so
but-
you ended up getting pregnant with your daughter?
Yeah, I believe within that time frame, yeah.
Okay. After you got pregnant with your daughter, was he still emotionally or physically abusive with you?
Well, always emotionally abusive. Physically, it kind of dwindled a little bit because, you know, I was pregnant at that point, and there was a few instances where he kind of like, he would like to like suffocate me, and that happened once that I remember while I was pregnant.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you were pregnant, you kind of continued on this nomadic lifestyle, correct?
Yeah, we
Okay.
were just kind of all over the East Coast, just bouncing around from couch to couch. And right before, a few months before I gave birth to my daughter, we stayed at his parents' house and kind of settled in there. And I decided like that I would get I would see like a prenatal doctor for, you know, just to make sure everything was okay, because he didn't want me to have any prenatal care or give birth in a hospital or anything like that.
Okay, so you kind of tried to take the lead on that
Oh
one.
yeah, at a certain point I started realizing it was like I had a real person that I was about to create, and that they needed that sort of thing.
Okay. During this time, even continuing into your pregnancy, were you still not allowed to go out on your own, or did he regularly check your phone or still control who you talked to or communicated with?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Same with social media or email?
Yeah, that never really changed until the end, when I started gaining more like self-confidence and really realizing that I could leave really the relationship.
Okay, and so you had your daughter in August of 2016, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And where did you go from there? Where did you go stay?
We pretty much immediately left his parents' house, and we kind of bounced around for like a little bit, I think like 2 weeks or so, just couch surfing, like friends we knew, and then we ended up at Jerry's house, Jerry
Okay.
Ablin.
Okay, and how long were you at Jerry's house, do you think?
We were there a couple of months, at least 2-3 months.
Okay. And to clarify with you, you were his first wife, technically, correct?
Mhm.
But you are somebody different that left Mr. Ablin's house at a different time. You only know about that through other parties, correct?
I only know about what through the...
Someone else leaving Mr. Ablin's house in a different way. We're not talking, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about your overall relationship. You're still living this kind of nomadic lifestyle. You had your daughter. Was he allowing you to take your daughter places or get any type of early care?
I believe we went to the doctor once after she was born, because DCF had gotten involved immediately at the hospital because his mother was there and told them like he was crazy. And so they immediately got involved, and we went to a doctor's appointment because we had to for the DCF case. And then we just left and sort of abandoned the case. And okay.
What was the first time you went to leave Mr. Ben Michael? What was the precipitating incident that finally, at least for that first time, got you away from him?
You mean after I had my daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Because before that, I tried to leave many times and did leave and would, you know, go back and forth. But let's see. Like, I guess the straw that broke the camel's back would be when I was staying at Jerry's house with him, and my sister came down for a visit, and he was trying to rope her into the whole polyamory thing. And it's one thing for, you know, It just crossed the line for me with my sister to have her have to deal with that sort of thing, you know.
Was that the first time that your sister kind of got an inside look into the life that you had been leading with him?
No, she knew very well. Like when I would leave him at certain points, I told her everything that happened, you know.
But ultimately, you would be drawn right back to him, kind of based on the bond that you had with him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you ever, and this is a personal question, have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues or anything like that? Okay. And when this incident with your sister, and he, I guess, invited your sister to be part of your group, how did you manage to get away from him on that particular occasion?
Well, yeah, my sister was there, so she had a car, and she was very, emotionally supportive of me leaving him, and so, I just told him we were leaving. At that point, I felt like I could, and I said, we're leaving. I'm leaving with my sister, and I just left.
Okay, but yet prior to that, you didn't have a car or anything else on your own?
Yeah, no, prior to that, it was just like me and him. Or, we'd be at Jerry's house, so he would be there. But, there was no leaving. There was no going anywhere, like, unless I just took my daughter and walked away, and then that would be pretty difficult.
Okay, so you left with your sister and your daughter that particular time. How long were you away from him at that point?
I think I stayed away from him for about a month or so, and I moved into a farm in Florida, and I tried to establish some roots for myself and become financially stable and not have to rely on him. And then he's just threatening me with taking my daughter away and stuff like that, getting the courts involved. He said, when we're done with you, you're going to be left drooling in a mental institution, stuff like that. And it scared me, I was like, I don't know what could happen. If he paid someone enough money, a good lawyer or whatever, I don't know what he could convince someone of, because he's very convincing. But yeah, so what was the original question?
So how did you end up going back to him with your daughter after that?
So yeah, we had been talking, and I didn't want to burden the people whose farm I was staying at. I didn't want to burden them with this crazy person, so I just left, and we stayed in Florida, in Tampa, and we lived in a tent, just homeless, with pretty much nothing.
Okay. What drew you back to him at that point in time?
Really just was incessant about wanting to see his daughter, and as we spent some time apart, I thought maybe it'd be okay if he saw her, and maybe it'll be okay. I don't know.
When you were apart from him, how would you describe how you felt inside, or what kind of feelings did you experience when you were not around him?
Well, for a really long time, I would just feel empty, I had absolutely no reason to continue on, and he always made me tried to make me think that about myself, that I was nothing without him, and he was the entire purpose for my existence, basically.
Okay. And at times you were feeling suicidal?
Oh, absolutely. There are many times.
Okay. And so you are living with your daughter and him in a tent in Florida. How old was your daughter at that time?
She was about 6 months old.
Okay. And kind of what was the next, I guess, red flag or thing that happened with you in that regard?
Well, just after years of nothing ever really changing, and I was always struggling so badly, and we were just living in this tent. We had nothing. We were beggars, and we had hardly anything to eat at really any point. My daughter was exclusively breastfeeding, so she was getting what she needed, but I could barely, get by. It was just draining it out of me, and there's only so long, someone can do that for before they become malnourished. So I just reached out to my dad, and I said, please just come get me. I need to get out of this situation. This is it wasn't really rock bottom, because there have been worse points, but that was a really low point.
Okay. Did he, during this time that you got back together with him, did he make threats about your daughter if you had left again, or what he would do?
Well, yeah, the last time that I actually ever saw him and that he saw our daughter, I was with Chloe, and we were on a trip going to Asheville, and it was over the course of 3 days, and he had made threats that he would take my daughter and just disappear with her, and I would never see her again. And that just scared me so bad. I was like, oh, that's never gonna happen. That's never gonna happen. I'm not gonna let that happen. So after that, I vowed to never see him again, and that's how it's been so far.
Okay. And you currently have a case pending in the state of Tennessee with Mr. Ben Michael, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And because you've remarried, correct?
Yes.
All right. And your current husband is trying to adopt your daughter, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that your motivation for being here today, or trying to help Ms. Driver at all?
No. Actually, when I told my lawyer about this to make sure it was okay that I came here and there was no conflict of interest or anything like that, I said, oh, would you like to speak to her lawyer to just get a better idea of, who this guy is that we're dealing with? And he said, no, that there's, no reason. We have all we need for our court case, because it's just simply based on his abandonment of his daughter. So there's really, and the fact that I feel guilty, because Chloe tried to reach out to me a few times, and I just, I spoke with her and kind of told her how my relationship with Benjamin went, but I just felt like I wasn't getting through to her, and that she would just kind of have to learn on her own, and I feel really guilty about not trying to help her more.
Okay. So, you have not seen or heard or talked to Benjamin since when?
We have spoken a few times over the course of the last 6.5, 7 years since he's seen his daughter. Just mainly through text or email, and just very limited,
Is it about your daughter? Generally speaking?
Not really, never really about her, but yeah.
Okay, so you left this relationship with your daughter and kind of didn't look back at this last time, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And then you got a call from the Canton Police Department on December 14th of 2020, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And in that phone call, you kind of learned about this whole circumstance, correct?
Yes.
And you provided Detective Cruz at that time all of the information regarding your relationship with Mr. Ben Michael, correct?
Yeah.
And kind of talked to him or her about your relationship with him and how things ended and that kind of thing, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Did you tell Detective Cruz anything about you being concerned about a potential abuse against Chloe? Do you recall?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Do you remember talking to Detective Cruz in that phone call about that you had been concerned about Chloe or that she might have been being abused?
Yeah, when I first got the call, I thought that Benjamin had, because she didn't tell me exactly what happened, and I just thought Benjamin had killed Chloe. That was my first thought because of his abusive nature. So I thought maybe it got out of hand, and yeah.
Okay. And, you know, you've talked to us today about some of the incidents of physical abuse, but is it fair to say that's just a small snippet of what you actually endured in that time that you were with him?
Yeah, there were multiple instances of abuse that went on.
Did you feel like that you were free to leave whenever you wanted?
Not really. I mean, there were good points, I guess, like just like more normal points where I guess his mental illness like would kind of relax, and then there would be points where it would ramp up like really bad, and he would just start acting totally crazy, like talking in tongues and screaming and, you know, being abusive physically. And so it was really at those points that I wanted to leave. And that's when he would have more of a grip on, like, he could tell that I wanted to leave, so he would be more controlling at those points.
Okay. Is he still trying to, I guess, take your daughter away is not the right word, but is he still trying to kind of manipulate that relationship with you?
You mean manipulate?
Well, when you filed this adoption case, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and then he turned around and filed something different, correct?
He wanted like visitation, like after like 6.5 years of not seeing my daughter, or like or even asking to see her. So he wanted visitation, and so I immediately filed the adoption.
But he hasn't seen your daughter in 6+ years, I guess?
No, and after, after the whole incident with Chloe and him happened, and things kind of cooled down over a month or so, I told him that he could see his daughter for some reason, and so it was just over 9 months that I was telling him we were trying to make plans where he would come and see her. He's like, oh, I just need to get my RV fixed, and it was always like an excuse. It was like 9 months later after that incident that he never saw her during that entire time, even though I was like 100% like open and willing to it. And so at that point I was like, yeah, I just stopped talking to him, because it wouldn't be right for him to just go in and out of my daughter's life like that.
During this time period, have you kind of tried to live off the radar to avoid contact with him, or him being able to find out where you are?
Oh, absolutely. Like, I'm constantly thinking about, like, at any point if he might show up, you know, and try to take my daughter or hurt me, you know.
In your experience with him and trying to leave, he would basically tell you that you would never see your daughter again, or he would take steps that way to make sure that happened?
Yeah, there were multiple instances where he threatened that I would never see my daughter, either because, you know, he would win in the courts, or he would physically take her, like abduct her and take her away from me, and I would never be able to find him or my daughter.
But it's your testimony here today that your experience with him in the relationship, you endured physical abuse.
Yeah.
Okay, and emotional and mental abuse as well.
Yeah.
Okay, and that he controlled your phone, who you talked to, who you spoke to, wrote emails to, or connected with on social media, correct?
Yeah.
All right, and that was kind of one of the rules that you had to live by to be in that relationship, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and that it took you several different times of leaving and coming back before you were finally able to break away from that, correct?
Yeah, it was a terrible cycle of leaving, coming back, and.
Okay. And to this day, what do you attribute as to the reason why you were finally able to get away from him entirely?
I guess I would say, well, that one instance with my sister, you know, that really helped, having her there physically to help me leave physically and just emotionally. But I guess over the last few times that I kind of left, and then I would come back and ultimately left him for good, I think I had just gained like self-confidence in that area, like that I realized that I could actually do that, and that that I could, I guess.
In your kind of determination to become self-confident and get away from him, when you were with him, did he make you feel like that you were nothing without him and you couldn't succeed without him?
Yes.
Okay. Can I just have a moment? Yes. I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm okay.
Is it Kai Kendall?
Yeah.
You referenced that, what did you call him? Benjamin?
No, I called him Z. I just call him Benjamin now.
Z, okay. And you used the word to describe him as crazy, and you talked about sort of his mental illness. Do you know about, and you referenced his mom at the hospital, telling the hospital something. What did they tell him about his mental illness?
What did who tell? Or like his mom, what did his mom tell me?
Sure. What do you know about him being diagnosed with a mental illness?
Well, when I first got together with him, he was with another woman, Jennifer. I don't remember her last name, but they had been together. They had met at an institution, a mental institution, and he was on medicine at the time for what I believe is schizoaffective bipolar disorder, is what she told me. And so they were together for 2 years while he was fully medicated, and then he was like just stable, had a job, and they were engaged to get married, like a monogamous relationship, and then he stopped taking his medicine, even though I believe it was court ordered, is what she had told me. It was like court ordered for him to be medicated, and so he had stopped taking it and just became a totally different person.
Okay. So he had been diagnosed with a mental illness.
Yes, from what she said and from what his mother has said, yes.
Okay. And you referenced the fact that there were a couple of things. When you talked to Detective Cruz in December of 2020, have you had a chance to listen to that interview?
I did.
Okay. And one of the things that you told her is one of the main reasons you left is because you wanted your child to be able to go to the doctor?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you also told her that him trying to sort of recruit your sister as one of his second wives crossed a line, and
yeah, that crossed a line for me.
That also sort of motivated you to leave. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And you told Detective Cruz that you had only ever met Chloe one time. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that what you referenced earlier when you were talking
That
about
Asheville trip we went on? Yeah, it was like
when was that?
Oh, I don't know. My daughter was around just over a year old when that trip happened, so that would have been 2017, like
Okay.
sometime in this summer.
All right. So the one and only time you ever met Chloe Driver was in 2017?
Yeah.
And you referenced the fact that at certain points when you left him that you wanted to commit suicide. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've never been diagnosed with any type of mental illness?
No.
Was that based on the reality that you were living in with him, that you wanted to end your life?
I just think he drives women to not even necessarily women, men too, but predominantly women. He just drives them to such a crazy point with all these crazy ideas that he puts in their head, making them question everything about reality, which isn't necessarily like a bad thing, but then it's like your reality is totally like broken apart, and then he starts connecting all these dots for you and like starts controlling the way you think, if that helps.
Okay. But that was based on your experiences were based on the real things that you experienced with him.
Yeah.
Okay. Not based on any delusions in your mind, based on things you actually experienced?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. And is it fair to say, I know you said you only met Chloe one time in 2017. It's
Yeah.
fair to say you don't know what her mental state was in December of 2020.
I really have no idea.
Okay.
I
And
can. Oh, sorry.
and you referenced sort of, I think you said you'd go back and forth, you'd leave him, you'd come back, you'd leave him, you'd come back. During that period of time, did you ever cause any harm to your child?
No.
Okay. And you indicated that back in 2020, when Detective Cruz called you, isn't it true that you told her that you didn't have any knowledge of his treatment of Chloe at all?
I didn't. Only just from what I've heard from other people, you know.
Okay.
Like Brett Tabar, I think at that point that's the only person.
Okay, you can't tell me what anybody else said, but from your own, every witness has to testify about their own personal knowledge,
Yeah.
what they saw with their own eyes, heard with their own ears.
Gotcha.
From your personal knowledge,
Mhm.
you told Detective Cruz that you didn't have any information about his treatment of Chloe Driver, right?
No, I've never seen or heard anything.
Okay. And you said a moment ago that she had reached out to you, but that you didn't feel like you could get through to her. Is that the
Yeah, I
language you
tried to
used?
explain like my situation, like my relationship with him, and the abusiveness and psychological torment. And I just don't think, you know, at that point she could like realize that was what was even, or maybe it wasn't happening at that point to her. I don't know. But she did reach out to me a couple of times, so maybe that's when that started for her and him, between them.
Okay. But your perspective at that point was that she was still choosing to stay in that situation?
Yeah, in that I mean, she had left. There was at least one point where she went to her parents' house and she had left, and she had called me when she was away from him, or at least I think she was. He could have been next to her, and he could have been telling her what to say, you know, just to get things out of me. I don't really know.
Okay. And when is the last time that you talked to Z?
I think it was when it was like over a year ago at this point. He called me because he thought I was going up to Connecticut, and so he called me and just, you know, just to talk, and it quickly turned into just, you know, screaming.
Okay. So you don't maintain any kind of a relationship with him?
No.
Okay. Do you know where he lives?
I mean, I think his like physical address is like 425 Fall Mountain Road.
But he doesn't.
He
you
doesn't
say-
actually really live there. He'll go back there
Okay.
sometimes.
All right. Fair to say that from your knowledge, he still has a lifestyle where he doesn't have roots.
Yeah.
Okay. You referenced that you and him lived in a tent at one point with your infant.
Yes.
Okay. But nothing further. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
Questions? Thank you.
We're done.
Any reason to keep the witness? Thank you. You can be excused. All right, so we are going to conclude for the day. We will ask you to return back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Leave us your notepads. Don't talk to anyone about this case. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear the information and testimony you're about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You're gonna have to
Yes,
answer out loud, so
yes.
the court can hear
Yeah,
you.
and if you need to,
Here, slide over,
you might
slide
want to
over.
switch that microphone around.
Be that way.
All right, Mr. Driver, I just want to make sure you understand your rights in regard to whether you testify or not in this case. You have a right to remain silent. You cannot be compelled to testify in this case. That is the fundamental, I guess, threshold that I presume you've talked to your lawyers about, but that is your right.
Yes.
Many issues of whether or not a witness is called to testify or not are up to lawyers. It is what's called trial strategy. Lawyers can make decisions about what evidence to present and what witnesses to call. However, that's not true of your testimony. Nobody can force you to testify, but nobody can tell you you cannot testify. That is also your right. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
If you chose to testify, you would take the witness stand, you would be placed under oath, and you would be subject to cross-examination, just like any other witness. You understand that?
Yes.
As I said, the decision about whether or not you testify is yours and nobody else's, but it is a decision you should make only after you've had an opportunity to have a full conversation about that with your attorneys. They are obviously trained in the law and experienced in dealing with juries and in cases of this kind, and so you should have a full discussion with them and pay attention to what their recommendation is as far as whether or not you should testify or remain silent. But again, that is ultimately up to you. That is your choice. If you choose not to testify, the jury would be instructed that they could not consider that as any evidence that you are guilty. A little wrinkle in this case is that it is your burden to show the jury that you are not guilty but mentally ill, not guilty by reason of insanity or guilty but mentally ill. That is your burden to show by what's called a preponderance of the evidence. You understand that?
Yes.
So the decision about whether or not you testify should also be made in consideration of that. Generally, defendants are under no burden of proof. They don't have to prove anything. It's all on the state to prove guilt by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. But there is a distinction, a difference in your case with this not guilty by reason of insanity defense. You understand that?
Yes.
Do you feel like you've had enough time to talk to your attorneys about your decision?
Yes.
Do y'all intend to have any further conversations about that? Do you feel like you've adequately discussed it with your client?
Yeah. Yes. We're fine.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I don't remember which one of you stated. Mr. Kessler, I think, stated that you wanted to exercise your right to remain silent. You didn't intend to testify. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. You're not bound by that at this point, and until your attorneys rest your case, you still have the opportunity to change your mind and testify if you want to. You understand that?
I do.
Okay. Thank you. You can be seated. Do you have any additional evidence that you intend to present, Ms. Trethewey?
No, I think we're ready to rest.
Okay. So you'll do that in the morning in front of the jury. as far as I know, we will have Dr. Zom available in the morning. At this point, does either side anticipate presenting any rebuttal?
We have some brief rebuttal, would you like us to present that prior to Dr. Zom's testimony? I guess the statute's kind of silent about rebuttal factually to other things. We'll do it whenever the court thinks is appropriate.
Well, I guess at this point, since I have requested that Dr. Zom be here tomorrow morning, I'd like to go ahead and get her up and down, and then if there's any rebuttal, or rebuttal, then I'll allow you to do it at that time.
Understood. We have very brief rebuttal.
I do not have a final draft of the jury charge, but y'all correct me if I'm misspeaking, but it looks like there are a good many requests that are sort of in an abundance of caution we'll ask for this. The request about lesser included offenses.
We were actually planning on talking about those tonight, Judge, to see what can be requested based on the evidence presented. For the record, when you had requested our requested charge, we emailed them to you, but apparently we never actually filed them, so we've just filed the ones that we had emailed you officially right now.
Okay.
I do have a few extras that I've been working on that I forgot to bring with me over here this afternoon, so we may have those to file in the morning, but they are all in line with the idea of insanity provision based on some of the arguments we've previously made in the case.
Okay.
You said you're going to file amended? Okay.
Yeah, there's like 4.
Are they pattern charges, or are they
No,
other things?
case law based.
Okay, well, as soon as you can get those to me and to Ms. Roper, I would appreciate that.
We'll try to email them to everybody tonight and then officially have them filed tomorrow morning.
Your Honor, the state's probably based on the testimony that came out today. Dr. Ballard kept using the term coercion in her testimony, so the state's probably going to be requesting a charge that the defense of coercion is not available for the crime of murder in the state of Georgia. Obviously that's statutory, but.
We're not alleging
I just don't want there to be any confusion about
Coercive.
Well, what's the state say about voluntary manslaughter or involuntary manslaughter? Or, I think was criminal negligence.
I would need to pull up the requested charge.
Yeah, criminal, or cruelty to children in the second.
Your Honor, I can provide the court with the case law that specifically says that an infant cannot provide the provocation necessary to justify that charge. That was one of the things that I had discussed with the defense in us communicating about potential plea negotiations. Additionally, I think there's no evidence that this was a negligent act. It is clear that it was a intentional act. Cruelty in the second or murder in the second relates to a act of negligence. There's no evidence of negligence in this case. The sole issue is whether she could form the intent or not. But if she could form the intent, it was clearly intentional and malicious, and not a negligent act. The state would object to charging on either of those things, and I'm happy to provide the authority to the court.
You don't have to provide any authority. If y'all are, the defense is moving forward with those requests, I need to hear some authority from you I'm going to spend some time with the charge this evening as well. And hopefully, as soon as we get through the evidence, the jury may take a little bit longer lunch tomorrow because we'll have to discuss all that before closing. Anything else?
So we don't anticipate closing until after lunch, then is what I'm hearing.
Well, I don't want to mislead you. I am just kind of guesstimating based on how long the other two experts have been on the stand that Dr. Zom's testimony may take some time. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Can I inquire what order she's being questioned in?
I'm sorry?
Dr. Zom, did the court make a decision about who's to question her first or whether you're going to give a preliminary instruction?
I thought I already said all this. If I didn't, the introduction or the instruction is that sometimes the law requires that an independent witness become involved in the case, or third party evaluate. I don't know the exact verbiage. We talked about it in chambers, and that I thought that was, everybody was in agreement with that.
Yes, we
I
had put it-
also thought that it was, again, just for lack of, somebody has to go first. I didn't hear any objection to the state going first. Is there any?
No.
Okay. All right. Anything else? All right. I will see y'all tomorrow morning at 9.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm.